online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM. Board Hardcore. News update.
Hello and good afternoon. Here's the business news on Today 95.1 FM. I am Faustina Uputu. The Director General of the World Trade Organization, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, has said Nigeria must deliberately target global investors and supply chain relocations to drive job creation, deepen manufacturing and reduce import dependence. She made the remarks in a short clip posted by Glazier on its X handle from a discussion titled From Skill to Capital, Financing Nigeria's Role as Africa's Digital Trade and Infrastructure Anchor, held at Nigeria House during the ongoing World Economic Forum in Davos. It was learned that following the rising geopolitical tensions, particularly between the United States and China, have accelerated supply chain diversification as firms are increasingly adopting China Plus One sourcing strategies to reduce single country risk. Okonjo-Iweala maintained that these disruptions present an opportunity for Nigeria to capture a share of global supply chains, but stressed that this would require aggressive marketing of the country to prospective investors. The Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprises has urged the government and policymakers to prioritize health interventions over imposing additional taxes on sugar-sweetened beverages. It warned that a sugar tax would undermine Nigeria's manufacturing and employment base. In a statement, Chief Executive Officer of the Center for the Promotion of Private Enterprises, Muda Yusuf, argued that evidence showed sugar taxes delivered limited benefits unless combined with broader lifestyle and behavioral interventions. The CPPE identified poor diet quality, physical inactivity, sedentary lifestyles, urban design, and genetic factors as the primary drivers of diabetes and related diseases in Nigeria. Instead, the organization urged the government to adopt alternatives such as lifestyle and nutrition education, community-based health awareness programs, promotion of physical activity and exercise, encouragement of fruit and vegetable consumption, healthy food subsidies, and urban planning that supports walking and cycling. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has commenced phased enforcement of sanctions against digital money lending operators that fail to regularize their operations in line with the digital, electronic, online, and non-traditional consumer lending regulations 2025. The compliance deadline for affected operators expired on Monday, January 5, 2026. In a statement, the Director of Corporate Affairs at the FCCPC, Ondaje Jago, said the enforcement exercise was aimed at ensuring regulatory certainty and restoring confidence in Nigeria's fast-growing digital lending market. Also speaking on the development, the Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of the Commission, Tunji Bello, said the measures were necessary to give full effect to the new regulations and to protect consumers from abusive practices. The Nigeria Customs Service Kaduna Area Command said it collected a total of 14 billion naira as a revenue in the last quarter of 2025. According to the Public Relations Officer of the command, Dauda Adamu, the figure increased by 3 billion naira when compared to the 10.8 billion naira collected in the same period in 2024, representing a 35% increase. Adamu explained that the feat is a testament to the diligence, professionalism, and commitment of the officers and men of the command, who worked tirelessly to ensure that the command met and exceeded its revenue targets. And on the foreign scene, the European Parliament has reportedly suspended the approval of a key U.S. trade deal agreed in July in protest against Donald Trump's demand to take over Greenland. The suspension was announced in Strasbourg, France, as the U.S. President addressed the World Economic Forum in Davos. The move followed renewed trade tensions between the U.S. and Europe, sparked by Trump's bid to acquire Greenland, which has rattled financial markets, reviving talk of a trade war and the possibility of retaliation against the U.S. Hours later, Trump said on social media he had reached a framework deal on Greenland's future and would not carry out threats to put new tariffs on 8 NATO members. Trade tensions between the US and Europe had eased since the two sides struck a deal at Trump's Turnberry Golf Course in Scotland in July. And that's the business news on Today 95.1 FM. Good afternoon. Thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play on the currents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore.
As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM.
Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Edition of Body District on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Okay, so today is January 22, 2026. How are you doing? How are you feeling at the moment? How have you been? I mean, how have you been put into practice everything that you have learned on Body District over the years? How? So have you been eating well? Have you been visiting your doctors? Have you stopped self-medication? And for every other thing that you've learned on the program, have you been putting them to practice? I mean, the ones that you should, have you been doing so? If you've not been doing so, you can begin from this moment. Not too late, okay? Well, not too late, but it depends on who is listening to me, though. But, well, I should just say it's not too late, okay? From this moment, you can begin to put them to practice as well. So, welcome once again to Body District on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Now, on today's edition, we're going to be looking at something that is troubling. All right. I'm sure that when you hear it, you want to think about it, go back and forth, go, down memory lane and probably make projections of the future of how it's going to be, right? Or maybe you analyze trends at present, but it's okay. So just go back and forth about the conversation for today. All right. So on today's episode of Body District, we'll be looking at the declining fertility in young adults. Yes, it's a thing. Okay. And I have got an expert who would do justice to the conversation and answer all the questions that you have for her, and of course my questions as well, and point us in certain directions. I don't know if this is good. Maybe this is good for some people. For others, well, this is really troubling. It's something we should, think about and be intentional, do something about it. Take measures, appropriate measures to make sure that this doesn't put us in a place where we would not like in the future. All right, so I have joining me this afternoon on Body District for the first time this year, Dr. Love Eze. She's a fertility expert. Thank you so much for joining me, Doc.
Thank you, Faustina. Always a pleasure to be here.
So let's say Happy New Year to
Yeah,
ourselves.
Happy New Year. And Happy New Year, Port Harcourt. Yes, this is my first time here this year.
Yeah, okay. So, the trend, declining fertility in young adults. I think that for the benefit of someone who is listening and really do not know, cannot put the words together, maybe you want to x-ray the words in isolation so they better understand what we mean.
Yeah, okay. So what we are talking about in essence is that the rate at which people give birth, that's as plain as it can be, is declining even among young people. In the past, it used to be that when a woman gets to a certain age and when a man is at a certain age, they fear for their fertility. They wonder if they'll be able to reproduce. Okay. So a woman in her 40s, a woman in her late 30s, and upwards, we fear, at this age, we should be able to conceive and give birth and all of that. But in this present time, it's the statistic is getting worse. So we are finding women in their late 20s and early 30s being in this category where they are even struggling to reproduce. Men, the same thing. It's funny enough, it's not even restricted to the women this time. We are having more and more incidences in the fertility clinics where we see younger couples coming in for fertility treatments. Young girls, late 20s, 28, 27, 30, early 30s, before 35. It used to be that, once a woman is 35 and above, she needs to be more intentional because her fertility is declining. That is what it used to be naturally. But now, it's no longer that trend. From 28, 27 downwards, early 30s, before 35, we are finding people who are struggling to have children, for the men as well as for the women. So it's a troubling development, like you said. And interestingly, it's not happening just in Nigeria. Okay. It's happening globally. And yes,
before some people will now say the things that we do in Nigeria
are beginning to affect us.
Yes, or the environment is affecting
everything.
us now.
But so interestingly, it's a global issue. Whatever it is happening in Nigeria, whatever it is causing it in Nigeria, is replicated across board around the globe. So all the factors we're going to be talking about is happening here and happening everywhere in the world, and is in a large scale affecting fertility rates and plunging population growth, as it were, in our world.
Okay. Plunging population growth. I think some countries would like that.
They would like that, right?
Exactly.
But there's a negative twist which we'll uncover as we continue this conversation. Yes.
Oh, okay. So we'll just delve into what is responsible for this disturbing trend of declining fertility rate in the world.
Okay, so why? Like you said, some people might think, it's a good thing we are already too many in the world. Presently, we are at about 8 billion people across the globe. So it might seem like it's, thank God, let the population even reduce so that we'll have, people argue that this increase in population is causing a plunge or a decline in the resources, in Earth's resources, and thereby causing other, effects across the globe. Poverty, hunger, and all of that is skyrocketing because of the high population rates. But it's becoming interestingly troubling because the rates at which the decline is happening in a few decades In roughly 100 years from now, the shift in what we are calling population explosion would be very significant, and it would be a turnaround with a serious plunge in population rates. If you look at how the population has increased across the centuries, statistics have it that starting from 1 AD, the world was about just 200 million people, and then population struggled in that. And I'm talking around the entire world now, you know. So as far back as just 1 AD, we had just roughly 200 million people. That is less than the number of people we have in Nigeria alone. 200 million. And then with a lot of other factors, the world wars, the influenza virus that came then, the Black Plague, all of that further caused population to struggle. And then somewhere around the 1800s, we had our first population surge. The world became about a billion people, Okay, and then it had increased from then. So 1 billion people in the 1800s, and now in 2020s, we have about 8 billion people. So that increase has been exponential. But now we are beginning to notice that if what is happening now, particularly from now moving forward, continues, there would now be a plunge. And this plunge, with where we are in the world today, would affect economies across the world. We are beginning to see it happen. There are some regions that are already beginning to be affected much more than other regions now.
I think China used to have this
China
control.
Used to be,
one child.
Exactly. We are going to talk about all of those policies because now the effects are being felt.
And they reversed.
And they are reversing it. And across the world, we are finding areas that are asking people come in. They are even paying people to come into their economies, to come into their societies, to help develop them, because we know that no matter how advanced a society is, the most important resource is human resource.
Right.
And if we are beginning to have less people, then it's going to be a problem somewhere in the future. And that's why we need to start talking about them now. So we want to, okay.
So before we look at the factors individually, right? Are there, is there something specific to Nigeria in all of this?
I would say no. With respect to the population decline, right? I would say no, because what is happening is not just happening in Nigeria, even though Nigeria has its own peculiarities. As it stands now, we don't have any problem with our population. We are roughly at 300 million now, and we are still exporting human capital massively, you know. So we seem to not be feeling this effect now. But with the amount of people leaving the shores of this country on a daily basis, it's a few years. What are we talking about? Some government policies have started coming up to say that there are certain classes of people that shouldn't be allowed to just leave the country like that. Some years ago, they were saying that they would no longer allow nurses to just leave the country. They would have served in Nigeria for up to 10, 15 years before they give them the visa to travel. And people are like, you guys have to be joking. Somebody cannot finish their education and want to travel, and you say because you need nurses, they shouldn't leave. And we know the trend. Nurses export this country more than any other profession because of the need out there. Of course, there are countries that take their health sector very seriously. So, of course, every resource they can mop up, they gather them. And then Nigeria has a high population of healthcare workers, and we keep exporting them. So it seems like we're not feeling the impact yet, but truthfully, people are beginning to notice. Hospitals are finding it difficult to retain doctors. Hospitals are finding it difficult to retain nurses. We are having more and more poorly trained healthcare practitioners, because you don't even have so much to choose from. It used to be a thing in the past that before you write your professional exams and pass, you would sweat and write it 3, 4, 5 times. But we are even not finding people to even write these exams. Are you getting the point? So the little people that gather to write it, you better pass them, let them become consultants. Things like that are beginning to happen. They're beginning to observe that kind of trend now. Doctors that are very good, those that are very experienced, we are losing more and more of them. But we are just talking about on a professional stance now, across board. And so because of this, so we are losing intellectuals, we are losing those that are high there in the human resource chain, leaving, for lack of better words, those who might not really fill in that gap. So already there is some sort of effect. It's in all the sectors, in the banking sectors. Let's not digress. Okay. Because you go into some places, the category of people you used to see before, you don't find. I went somewhere, I don't want to mention names, and I was just bewildered, like, what is going on? Those professional, posh people you see and they act that part, they're not there. And the people need people to still do the job, so they just fill it with anything they see. That's what you're beginning to feel. But of course, the economy is still hard. Everybody, in short, people are still plenty and they feel, I beg, we don't even talk about population decline because we are still too much. However, we're beginning to feel it in some ways. But I will not say that it is specific to Nigeria. Because if you look at other economies, things like this are also beginning to replicate across the globe.
All right, so let's begin to look at the factors.
Okay, so if you want to look at the factors that are causing this decline, I would like to just broadly classify them into two. We have short-term factors and then long-term factors. So we're going to look at the short-term factors first of all. In the short-term factors, we are going to look at natural biology, of course, natural biological factors is what I mean. We're going to look at that, and then we're going to look at socio-economic factors, and finally environmental factors. Okay, so we want to talk about natural biological factors. Usually, fertility peaks for a woman in her mid-20s and for a man in his early 30s. That's the natural trend, without any other factor being in place. When these people get older, so when a woman goes above 35, a man goes above 40, naturally fertility begins to decline. And this is because of some other biological factors that come in place. At those ages, there is the likelihood of developing some other medical issues for a woman. Things like fibroids start coming in place. You start seeing things like polycystic ovarian syndrome. You start seeing other medical issues like hypertension, diabetes. As a person ages, they are more prone to developing health challenges. And of course, those health challenges also have their effect on fertility. From their treatment patterns, the drugs you use for them, and all of those factors impact negatively on the fertility. However, these prime ages that fertility is supposed to be at the peak, you hardly find people giving birth at those ages anymore. So this is where socioeconomic comes in. Right. So naturally, fertility is supposed to peak at 20, mid-20s, early 30s, okay? But we are not even finding people interested in having children at those ages anymore. More and more people, if you ask, the average woman is getting married at 35 on the average. You see people getting married at 38, 40, thereabouts, because of life. Just generally because of life. Not necessarily because they're not interested in marriage. Well, that's how life has factored it. Is it the man now? On the average, an average man is getting married 38, 40. Why? Because he needs to put one or two in place before starting a family. Exactly. He needs to know his own left and right before bringing in a woman and start growing a family. So the system has already rigged fertility, as it were. The system has already rigged fertility. Naturally, in the olden days, women get married from 18, 20, 17, and by 28, they are done having all their children. But that's not the trend now. Men get married from their 25s. It's a very rare thing. I'm sure people will even ask the guy, what's wrong with you? Is that what you want to do with your life? If a man is saying he wants to get married at 25 now, it seems like a crazy notion, right? But that's what it used to be. And now the reverse is the case, and naturally, of course, that would affect fertility. So we've talked about that age factor, as it were, and then other medical challenges that come up at older ages as part of the natural biological factors that affect fertility decline. Naturally, that's that. Then we want to look at environmental factors. This is the interesting part, because more and more now we are having reproductive conditions coming as a result of the environment. From microplastics to air pollutants to electromagnetic radiations, all of these things are having a negative impact on the reproductive health or reproductive system of everybody. And these same things are happening across the globe. We are having more and more industrialization, there is urbanization, yes, and all these factors are negatively affecting the reproductive system. How? Some of these things that we are exposed to, one, directly damage cells. We're talking things like the electromagnetic radiations from our gadgets and all the things that we have around us now, Wi-Fi and all of that. So directly there is damage to cells already, reducing their potency and effectiveness in carrying out their normal biological functions. Then we have the high rate of exposure to chemicals. Okay, these chemicals are what now in fertility medicine we call endocrine disrupting compounds or endocrine disrupting chemicals. These interact with hormones and the various level of operations of the reproductive system, further dampening their effectiveness. Okay, so just because we are exposed to more of these things in our environment, and of course we can even figure it out. In the past, we didn't used to have a lot of these things. We have just said here that our grandparents used to give birth to 10, 15 children, and it was seen as normal. It was seen as normal, you know. Now, if a woman gives birth to 6 children, they're even wondering, they see they born 6. You know, it looks like she's from another planet. Okay, so what has caused this decline? Part of what has caused this decline is the decline in our environment. So our environmental factors are no longer encouraging fertility to thrive.
Okay.
All right. So that is a big issue for fertility health in our time, in this generation. And unfortunately, well, now people are beginning to talk more about global warming, environmental factors, going organic and things like that. We are hoping that these conversations will cause more awareness and sensitivity to how we interact with our environment, and then help probably these kind of effects to be reversed. We are hoping for that in the future, but for now, and what looks like the nearest future, this is the situation. Apart from these other pollutants and things like that, the things young people are interacting with, now we're talking about use of drugs, abuse of substances, exposure to, let me just say drug abuse, because more and more young people are doing contraception and things like that. I was discussing with a colleague, a fertility nurse, and she was saying that the fertility industry is going to see a surge of clientele, in quotes, in the next 5, 10, 15 years. Because we are seeing young ladies, they just come for maybe routine investigations or screenings or checks for whatever reason, you know, and you're already seeing that their reproductive system is in trouble. They're not thinking about marriage now. They're not thinking about having children now. They just came in for a procedure or for an investigation. And of course, when you take a look, you see more than probably what they're asking you to check, naturally. And we are seeing that girls in their early 20s, girls in their teenagers in their late teen years, 19, 18, some of them are already having cystic ovaries. Some of them are already having issues in their uteruses. Okay, so some of them, they run investigations, you're already seeing that their hormones are all over the place. All of these things are coming from these exposures. The abuse of contraceptive pills, the abuse of substances, all of these things are taking a toll on the reproductive system. These are still environmental factors. Okay? And of course, because of the poor knowledge and awareness of the impact of these things, many of them don't even know what they are doing. Unfortunately.
They're just living life.
They are just living life. and thinking that they are being woke, you know. But these things are dampening their reproductive system, which they are not interested in now anyway.
Yeah.
But, you know, in
they
5 years' time, yes.
And then they come when they are ready.
Yes, they come when they are ready. And of course, you know, we have already said that they won't come early because the system has already programmed it. Before they finish school, they want to get a job, they want to have their own money so that no man will maltreat them.
Oh, yes.
So you see, all of this is not working together for the good of fertility,
right,
as it were. The damage has already started early on by the things that they are practicing that they are not aware of. And then they are not going to seek care early. They're going to start seeking care when naturally there is already a decline in their fertility. So you see, the work of the fertility industry is already cut out for it. We're going to have more and more people struggle. Walk into fertility centers now. In the past 5 years, 10 years ago, we used to see, you know, people in their 50s, 40-something, who probably, because of lack of proper knowledge, waited for too long, and they are running out of time. They know that they're running out of time. They are 45, they are 48, so they feel, let's just do fertility treatment. But now, you walk into fertility clinics, you're seeing young girls. You're wondering what they're doing there. Some of them are not donors. Some of them are not surrogates. You know? Some of them are actually couples trying to start their own families. And you're wondering what's happening here. It's really troubling. Young girls. Young men. Funny enough, we are having our young men run their semen analysis test, and we are seeing interesting results.
Okay. Because you have been emphasizing young girls. Yes. And a man is out there saying, you see, Faustina, I see your gender. And I know they stay one place.
Our
see them.
Agenda. But no, it's not just limited to them. You're having young men. I've had interesting cases, I tell you. You're having young men come to rent, maybe for some reasons. Some even come in as donors. They just want to donate. And you are seeing that already. They are thinking that they want to donate, maybe just to raise some cash, but they don't even have anything for themselves. So you see young men, 30-something men, less than 35. You are seeing oligospermia. You are seeing some cases of azoospermia. That means no sperm cells. You are seeing low sperm count. You are seeing poor morphology. That is abnormal cells. These are the kind of things that we are beginning to see in the fertility industry. And truthfully, it is troubling, because just infer this situation, it cannot infer what it would be like in the next 10 years, in the next 20 years, 30 years. So it's something that we need to start talking about, getting people to know about and know what they can do. So that's that for environmental factors. We've touched a little bit on...
Really troubling environmental factors.
Very, very troubling environmental factors. We've touched a bit on socioeconomic factors, but if we want to look deeper into them, we don't have a system that encourages people to start families early. We've said that. But from urbanization to education, to factors like industrialization, all these things do not encourage fertility health. So urbanization, more and more people are moving into urban spaces where they get white-collar jobs. And because of the system, they need to work harder and longer to be balanced enough to start thinking about the family. Education keeps people very long in schools. Okay, so our educational system, for instance, people do their primary school, secondary school, get into the universities. Usually, on the average, before people are done with their universities, our dear country, before they finish all the strikes in the universities, you see people graduating in their mid-20s. Okay, so they are graduating in their mid-20s. They come out, do the 1 year NYSC. They start looking for a job. Thank God, thank you to our system again. It takes them another 5 years, 4 years, especially if you're not connected, as it were, to get a job. And then you get this job, you start trying to find your feet. Before somebody is stable, they are in their middle 30s at best. At best. So they want to start a family in their mid-30s where fertility is already declining. That is how socioeconomic factors come into to rig fertility health, as it were. Okay, so all this factor put together is beginning to cause what we are seeing. Everybody knows, if you have been, especially if you've been following Body District, we know that fertility challenges are now 1 in 4 couples. Okay, so out of every 4 couples, at least one is having a fertility challenge. These are the factors that are leading to that. It's not just a random thing. There are things that are happening that are causing these kind of statistics to come forth. Okay, so from the economic factors we've talked about now, to the environmental factors that are in place, to the natural biological factors, all of these are pushing fertility further down and making it more difficult for people to reproduce. So these are the short-term factors. We still have long-term factors.
That is a lot.
That is a lot.
So you see how troubling this trend is.
Yeah, it is.
All right, let's give out the phone number before we get on to the long-term factors responsible for the declining fertility rate in young adults. Okay, we talked about the natural biological factors, environmental factors, and of course socioeconomic factors. Well, feel free to go ahead and join the conversation. If you've got questions or any contribution, feel free to go ahead and join us. 0810-9510-951. That is the number you should call, or you can send a message to 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. We'll look at, the long-term factors before we take calls. I see you calling in, but you can begin to send your messages, okay? When I say calling, I would pick the calls and then begin to take your questions and your contributions. But you're listening to Body District on Today 95.1 FM, and the conversation is on declining fertility among young adults. So we've been looking at what it is. Waiting that one be. Just in case you're wondering, waiting that one be. That has been stated. And then, of course, the factors that have led to that or led us to this point, they've been talked about. Short-term factors talked about. We're waiting to talk about the long-term factors. And note that this is not a problem of Nigeria alone. Okay, it's a worldwide, in fact, it's a global problem. Global problem. And I don't know, at this point, you're probably thinking, okay, so the steps and then the things that the doctor has talked about are not true. Not true. Not true. The environment and almost everything is not favoring fertility health. But let's look at the other factors, the long-term factors responsible for this.
Okay, so when we look at long-term factors, these are policy-based, as it were. We first want to look at our government policies. Okay. So roughly 250 years ago, where we had this population surge, I said suddenly we started having people in their billions on Earth. From just hundreds of millions, and then we start having 1 billion to 2 billion. In short, the decline is so funny. From 1 billion to 2 billion took about 130 years. 2 billion to 3 billion took just 30 years for that population to be achieved. And by the time we got to 5 billion, it was just 13 years difference. So there was a huge population outbursts, as it were. There was a huge population surge in the late 1980s, and then it was a serious problem. Everybody was talking about it. We are becoming too populated in the world. It's going to cause problems. And then there were some policies that were put in place. Even our wonderful Nigeria put, I remember the SAP program then, structural adjustment program then. It was a thing when we were just little children in secondary schools. We were hearing about it. But across the globe, like we had countries like China enforcing that no family should have more than one child.
Very prominent.
Very seriously. And, so then policies were put in place. People were talking about family planning policies. They're coming up as well. Oh, we are too many in the world and everything like that. So that kind of gave a mental shift across the globe, that it was no longer cool to have 12 children, so it was like an indoctrination. People did not think in that light anymore. In the olden days, and this olden days is not too far away, just our grandparents here, it used to be a thing of pride for a man to have 15 children, 20 something children, 30 children. It was a thing of pride. He would go to farm with all his children. His wealth was also equated by the number of children he had, because at least he would have enough people to farm his land and do all the things that made him rich.
More hands on deck.
Yes, more hands on deck as well. But with that population explosion and everybody talking about it, government policies coming in place, it was now seen it's almost a taboo now to have 10 children.
Almost.
It's always so weird now to have that. So because of that mental shift, more and more people started having fewer children. So that is where government policies came in place. Unfortunately, there was a backlash from this, or there is a backlash from this. From these government policies, we now started having some genetic implications. So there is something, even if you are science-based, you would have heard of the Darwinian theory. There's something that is called the disuse theory. So what it means is that, and it plays out in the story of evolution, that for every feature that is no longer prominently used, nature suppresses it and heightens the ones that are used more. Okay, so we hear things like the giraffe was not always long-necked like that. It was because at some point trees were very high and then it needed to stretch more, and with every stretch the genes adjusted and then they passed on genes of longer necks, and that is how that happened. You hear things like that. So if you follow that theory, it's beginning to look like genetically the human species is no longer priming high fertility. Because of these years of making us believe that, we no longer need to have too many children, and we are really not having too many children. So a very fertile woman ends up having 3 children, 4 at most, from genes that we are supposed to have like 12, because that is what their parents had. And the next generation, when the genes are setting in, it looks as if, we don't really need so much of this anymore. And then genetically, the body is becoming programmed to have fewer children. That's a long-term effect. And scientists are saying that it will be getting worse because more and more decline is occurring. Now, we have seen environmental and socioeconomic factors factoring even a higher decline in fertility. That would further tell on the genes to further even reduce the natural ability for the body to even reproduce. So this is a long-term effect of what we call disuse theory. That's something that scientists are beginning to talk more and more about, that these are the impact of this fertility or population decline that everybody was clamoring for in just a few years ago. So that's happening, and that is now leading to, of course, with this kind of effect, we are now seeing a surge in assisted reproductive technology. Okay? Now, for every ART that is exploited, as it were, that is these advanced technologies for reproduction, it further impacts on the reproductive system of the next generation. That, even if we don't struggle so much to have children, there is a way. So attention or priority is less given to the fertility space.
Naturally,
genetically, the body is being programmed to feel that let's not even to stress over this. There will be another way if we can make it. Like an indoctrination of some sort to the body at a genetic level. That's an issue. And as wonderful as ART is, that is some of the long-term effects that can come out of it. So it's something that people should be aware of. Even though we champion ART, we want people to also give their body a chance where it's possible. We're beginning to see trends where people don't even want to go into that. I beg. Let's not even go there. Let's just go and do IVF. So they're not even giving their body a fighting chance as it were. You get the point?
Yes, I do.
We see celebrities now just, I beg, they just do surrogacy.
No, don't touch my
I beg.
body.
Or they just like, let's just go for IVF. I cannot be in that space of waiting and having heartaches and all of that, you know. So it's becoming fashionable.
Yeah, especially for some, it's their body. They don't want to go out of shape. And so, no,
those things. So it's almost becoming fashionable to do reproductive technology kind of treatments and way of improving or increasing family size, that the effect on the system is to be like a rigging, like no need of focusing so much on this. There is a way to sort it out. How we can understand this is when there are some movies you would look at, like when you see future movies, things that will happen in the future. So you have hoverboards and things like that. People no longer trek. And then when they are supposed to, when you see people from the past coming and, they are talking about how they walk long distance, and like, you walk? Why are you walking? Have you seen movies like that? Like, how you walk? So is that kind of programming that is not happening in the body? Why stress? Fertility is something that we can always sort out somehow.
So rest. Body.
Relax. Focus on other things. Maybe develop more of the brain cells. Let's think more tech things, things like that. It's a kind of subliminal programming in the body. That is one of the long-term things that can come out from this kind of situation that we are finding ourselves in.
Okay.
Very interesting.
Very, very interesting. And then, of course, if you think about it deeply, it's scary.
Yes.
It's really scary. But let's, we have messages already.
Okay.
And, of course, you can begin to call in, so we take your calls at 0810-9510-951. That's the number to dial. And you can send a message to 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. That is the number to send your messages to. Hello? Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Richard, calling from Bolu.
All right, go on.
Yeah, what the doctor says here is just the truth. Because other factors that I personally have noticed with this generation of young aspiring mothers is that they place more emphasis on their body, their outlook. Because I know of a lady who gave birth and vehemently refused to breastfeed that child, simply because she doesn't want her breast to start. You understand? So that mindset within this generation is what, because I find from what she said, because when the way you program your mindset will definitely affect your reproductive organ, everything about you. So that's just the truth of the matter. So there's need to sensitize any woman that will say, I want to be somebody's wife. You should know what it means to be a wife. Yeah. That you must be a wife. And very important, because when you say, I can't get pregnant, it's simple. That's a cycle. So how are you functioning with your cycle and the way God programmed you as a human being? Because the science thing is beginning to, like he said, it has changed a whole lot in human beings. That's my contribution.
All right, thank you very much for your contribution. Okay, keep your calls coming in, messages as well. This message on WhatsApp says, all your guest is saying is medically true, but in all, divine arrangements and rearrangement of the body in the course of this discussion is the ultimate. I know a street girl that collects anything, cucumber and carrots, well, and always on pills and contraceptives. I didn't collect all. See you. But I know her ways. Okay, at some point it affected her menstrual cycle and other fertility hormones. At some point, we thought she doesn't have womb again because of abortions. She got married to one lucky man like that, and boom, it didn't affect her fertility to have children within a few years. 3 children. Michael Newmalt.
That's an interesting story, and it's not a lie. So we don't know the full backstory of this girl. How many years did she live this life for? What was her average dealings with her body before then. So if she lived this life for, let's say, she started it when she was maybe 20 and ran it for like another 5 years, what's happened in the first 20 years of her life has an impact on her fertility. You can tell much more than just those 5 years of living a rough life. So those are the backstories that we need to have to look at the conclusion and say, yes, this affects, or no, this doesn't affect. Yes, I would never downplay the divine. That's a segment on its own. Okay. But whether things that happens around our environment affect the body, the answer will always be yes. Okay, so people look at it like when we do our counseling sessions, we tell people there are things that you are eating that is not helping the fertility, and they're like, I know people that have been eating these things now, they are having children. We are like, yes. For how long have they been eating these things? When did you start eating them? The food is not the only factor. Of course, there are other interplays in your system, but whether these things have effect, they have been scientifically proven to be so.
Okay. This message on the SMS portal says, thank you for your guest. She has an awesome personality. Thanks for the educative topic on fertility. This is from Pax. Okay, you can blush. This one here says, please, I expect the doctor to tell us what causes all this problem and how to avoid them, especially to our girls. Especially to our girls, you see?
It's not especially.
We know some are natural. The matter is too rampant these days. Engineer Godwin. Maybe you didn't join from the beginning.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. But I don't know if we still have some of the long-term effects.
Yeah, just a few of them, and then we have some things that we can talk as solutions.
Okay, so we have just a few minutes, so just run through some of the long-term.
For the remaining long-term effects, of course, we've talked about a few of them, but now stretching them on the long-term, things like the age factor, the urbanization factors. So these two still boils down from what we were talking about, even from the short-term factors. More and more, because of the system that we are in now, urbanization is making it worse for people to have children. It has its short-term effect and, of course, definitely the long-term effect. This long-term effect will now play into every other thing we've talked about, the genes and, seeking ART treatments, further declining the system. That also has a role to play. We've talked about the role that age plays. In the short term, yes, here and now, we don't have the time to have children. In the long term, that becomes a trend, and that further affects the fertility status of individuals. So it's kind of like a heightening of what we have talked about before under the short term. But if we want to look at solutions, one of them is what you're doing now, and we are always very grateful to Today FM for bringing out a segment of their programs to focus on health issues, because the more people know, the better they can do. So awareness is the first thing. People should know that, these are the things that cause negative effects on fertility. For everyone, like the first caller said, for everyone who is interested in having a family, they should just have these at the back of their minds. So that being said, there are other things that can now cause a reversal or an improvement in these fertility issues. One of them are things like, let's say, government policies again.
Okay.
So can we now, at a government level, probably globally, do things that will encourage fertility in its natural prime, the mid-20s, early 30s? Can we encourage institution of young families? Can there be things in place that will encourage people to want to start families earlier? Can there be things like incentives given to young couples who want to get married, maybe housing incentives, or if you're a family person, you are likely to get a job faster. Okay, there are policies like that can be put in place, even though we are not saying have 15 children, but utilize that prime age. Okay, so if you're a married person, you are likely to get promotion more in the civil service, things like that.
Okay,
they seem interesting, but there are things that can reverse these trends that we are in now. Because if from everything we've talked about, the socioeconomic factor has a major influence on all the other factors, especially when it has to do with age. Okay? these same socioeconomic factors is the reason why some people do some of the things they do. Is it possible to improve youth programs that will give them more access to getting better livelihoods, things like that? Can we do things like that? People that are already working, can we give things like baby bonuses? If somebody, it's happening in some other countries. You have a child, there is a kind of incentive that is given. It will make people more interested in building families. There are some countries and economies that are already putting these things into practice. You know, a young family has access to housing above a single person. There are bonuses for every child you give birth to. There are some government incentives you receive just because you have a child. Those things would encourage people to want to have children.
Trust some of us here.
We have 20.
20 or so that will keep collecting.
No, but you know, everything is about policies. If you say for the first 4 children you have,
okay,
that limits it. It's as simple as that.
Otherwise,
so if you're having the 5th one, you're on your own. So everybody will have that mental space that 4 is the target, and then you can now put family planning policies in place that encourage people to only do family planning after having 4 children. Okay. So that not just everybody will just walk in and after one child say, I beg my body, I want to do family planning. So that these are things that we can do as a people, as the human race, to further encourage people to have children. Not necessarily giving them the leeway to have 20 children and still cause another population explosion, but put things in place that will encourage families to be built. Okay?
All right.
The reason why people are looking at these issues and feeling it's not their problem is because generally infertility is not a life-threatening condition. You can have children or not have children, and it looks as if there's no big deal about it. But from all we have discussed today, we can see that it is a socially threatening situation. And if things are not done globally, of course, leaving Nigeria out of it, but globally, things are being discussed, you know, they're rubbing minds and raising ideas on what they can do to reverse this trend before it gets to a critical point where there will now be a dip in the population of humankind.
All right. Well, it's a lot. It's a lot, and I'm hoping that someone, you know, took away some lessons that they would, you know, pass on to other people, and of course the awareness will just go on and on and on, and how this is a problem that we need to look into, be intentional about what we need to do or what we can do to reverse this particular trend. Thank you so much, Dr. Love Easy.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so this person, you're calling in very late. I cannot take any more calls, all right? It's been Body District on Today 95.1 FM, and our conversation has been on the declining fertility in young adults. Factors responsible, short-term, long-term, being talked about, and of course, probable solutions and solutions profiled already on the show. Thank you so much once again. All right, my name is Faustina Oputu. Thank you for joining me on the show. Top of the hour to bring you the news update, and right after that, I will be back for Talk the Talk.
The station with the...
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out.
South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good afternoon. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Faustina Uputu. About 5,000 individuals suspected of involvement in terrorism-related activities are currently being held in pre-trial detention facilities across Nigeria, creating a significant backlog of cases. The figure is contained in the 2025 to 2030 strategic plan of the National Counter-Terrorism Center. According to the document, the NCTC's legal team, working in collaboration with the Defense Headquarters and the Federal Ministry of Justice, has been reviewing case files to fast-track prosecutions or dismiss charges where evidence is insufficient. The review process aims to either expedite prosecutions or discontinue cases that cannot be substantiated, noting that hearings have been coordinated by the Federal High Court sitting in Wawa Military Cantonment, Kainji, Niger State, and in Abuja. The NCTC disclosed that in 2024 alone, its support framework enabled the prosecution of 393 terrorism-related cases, leading to 329 convictions. This, it said, pushed Nigeria's terrorism conviction rate to 84%, a sharp rise from 41.5% recorded in 2018. The center also revealed that charges against about 1,200 detainees were reviewed and dismissed, resulting in their release from custody and resettlement into their communities. The national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Nentawe Yilwada, has described President Bola Tinubu as the party's biggest asset and expressed confidence that he is well positioned to secure a second term in office in 2027. Yilwada made the remarks in Abuja at the APC Northwest Youth Mobilization Meet and Greet program hosted by the Minister of State for Works, Bello Goronyo. He said several factors would strengthen Tinubu's re-election prospects, including increased youth participation, visible policy outcome, the APC's expanding national reach, and the use of data-driven mobilization strategies. According to him, Tinubu's leadership style and the party's growing grassroots presence have earned the APC recognition as the largest political party in Africa, with acceptance spreading across the country. Yilwada urged party members to remain loyal and united, stressing the importance of solidarity ahead of future elections. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, has begun delisting digital money lending DML operators that fail to regularize their operations under the Digital, Electronic, Online and Non-Traditional Consumer Lending Regulations 2025 DEON regulations. In a statement by the FCCPC's Executive Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, Tunji Bello, said the Commission had withdrawn the conditional approval earlier granted to digital lenders that did not complete the regularization process within the stipulated transitional period. The enforcement action follows the January 5, 2026 deadline earlier set by the Commission for all digital lenders to comply with the regulations. According to the statement, the Commission has also commenced structured engagement with application hosting platforms and payment service providers as part of its enforcement and compliance monitoring efforts. For operators provisionally recognized as eligible under transitional arrangements, the FCCPC announced a new deadline of April 2026 to complete full registration under the DON regulations. He also underscored the importance of the FCCPC's Register of Approved Digital Lenders, describing it as a key consumer protection tool. Bello advised consumers to exercise caution when dealing with digital lending operators and do not appear on the Commission's current list of approved providers. On the foreign scene, the death toll from a devastating fire at the Gol Plaza shopping center in Karachi, the capital city of Sindh, Pakistan has risen to at least 60 after authorities recovered around 30 bodies from a single burned shop. Search and recovery operations continue today at the densely packed commercial complex as rescue teams work to locate more than 80 people still reported missing following Saturday's blaze. Karachi South Deputy Inspector General of Police Syed Asad Raza said at least 30 bodies were found on the mezzanine floor of the shop, adding that the overall death toll was estimated at 61. Karachi has a history of deadly fires, often linked to poor safety standards and illegal construction. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good afternoon and thank you for listening. I am Faustina Uputu.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Wetin dey happen lay?
They say wahala need finish.
Now this one wahala be like bicycle. They just dey quick.
Wetin dey happen? Now for Today 95.1 FM, 5 p.m. Monday to Friday, Bomkwem. Now here you go here. Wetin dey happen for Naija and Obodo the world. Now that time where we dey bring you ogbonge tori dem, we go shock you. You go wonder say na person do like this. Now so we dey bring am come give you acid the hot.
Now where we dey find way to sweep this country? Don't run. You go stay blood in the chopper. You say this one. No worry. When time I reach, I'll say I want to take. Let us see where they go.
Homeland is homeland.
Me, I go open gate for them. I me go be get man at that time for airport.
Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss Mazi Ike God Ike Nwachukwu and MC Kuro for Wetin dey happen. You go enjoy yourself. No forget to say woman dey chop our recharge card woto. I don dey tell una say this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy Wetin dey happen. Wetin dey happen? Make you no miss am at all.
Have you ever been in a situation where you had to pay a fine for an indictment? Then you later found out that there was an already established law to protect you from that penalty. Have you ever been denied a position because of your gender or disability? Have you ever been discriminated, treated unfairly, assaulted or cheated by your landlord, employer, tax collectors, bank, family, business partners, and the police? What if the breach between you and justice is just the right knowledge? I'm sure you've heard that knowledge is power. Join us every Saturday, 10 to 10:30 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM for the program The Law Today, to get acquainted with your legal rights and beneficial interests as a citizen of Nigeria. The Law Today, 10 to 10:30 a.m. every Saturday, is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Voice of the people.
Hello, join us Fridays, 7:30 a.m. on Our Top Picks, and together we'll review the big national stories of the week, all in 30 minutes. It promises so much fun. Our Top Picks, Fridays, 7:30 a.m. Don't miss it.
What is going on in River State? So someone said, there seems to be some sort of quiet, and it's because there is a church program going on. So almost everyone, or some people, are in the mood to seek the face of the Lord. And so there is peace, more like peace be unto you at the moment. So maybe after the program, we'll begin to hear drama, or the drama would continue, begin to hear stories from here and there. But then, one or two things are still happening, okay? But maybe you have expectations of things that should be happening at the moment. I was speaking with someone and okay, by now, the president was away, but he's back in the country. By now, we should be hearing directly from the president about the issue in River State. So for that person, that's exactly what is waiting for, expecting to happen. And maybe for you, it's something else that you're waiting, expecting to happen in River State. But the thing is, in the midst of the seeming quietness, if you think it's quiet, for other people it's really not quiet. Things are happening, people are going about their businesses and doing other stuff in the state, and so it's not really quiet, but it's fine this way. If it's quiet for you, well, it's okay. If it's not quiet for you, put all together. Peace be unto you. Welcome to Talk That Talk. My name is Faustina Oputu, and now 13 minutes past 2 p.m. So let's get into conversation around issues in River State. Okay, so lately, a lot of people have been all about interventions. Intervene. Oh, this person should come and intervene. No, the other person should come and intervene. And for the different groups of people that have intervened, there have been analysis of their intervention as well. For some people, okay, who are you to intervene? And even the mode of intervention is a subject for conversation, or subject for criticism. Subject of criticism. So there's a way you go about intervening, and they question you. What is your stance in this? Where do you belong in this? And so based on your intervention, based on the focus of your intervention, or based on the content of your intervention, people can begin to tell that, oh, you're not capable, you're not fit for this intervention. Step aside. Oh, you're biased, you're compromised, you've been compromised. Step aside. So for everyone, every group that has intervened, opinions came up and people talked. Now, let's look at more of the interventions and more of the bemoaning of the crisis in River State. So this article from This Day newspaper has talked about the PFN bemoaning political crisis in River State. And it's urging leaders to speak up. Okay, yes. So this is going religious. Church. This is getting to the church. Let us sink in. So the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, PFN, has expressed dismay over the lingering political crisis in River State, calling on church leaders and elders to wade in. So the chairman of PFN in the state, Dr. Minabi Dagogo Jack, while addressing journalists on the development in Port Harcourt, said that the crisis has taking too long and that it was time for church leaders and elders of the state to speak up and rebuke those who deserved to be rebuked. So we're going to church. So you hear words like this, rebuke. Now he said a situation whereby some politicians are now acting like they own the state was no longer acceptable to the organization. Now, Dagogo Jack expressed sadness over the way politics is practiced in the state, insisting that the church, which forms a large population of the voting public in River State, would no longer sit aside and watch the state burn. He condemned the continued priding of politicians of giving President Bola Tinubu maximum votes as noise, stressing that in Kogi State, where the president got greater votes, politicians there are not making the kind of noise Rivers politicians are making. According to the cleric, PFN Rivers State chapter notes with great dismay the political unrest in Rivers State, and we are not happy about it. Now it's time for the church and elders of Rivers State to start talking and rebuking those who are supposed to be rebuked. Enough of what we see in Rivers State, where politicians will be chanting, "No one man, no Rivers State." A state that was dedicated to God Almighty, being ascribed to one man. Politics is being played in such a way that has never been played before. So they went on to, quite a long read. They went on to talk about the number of votes that made the River State governor a governor, and they talked about their strength as well, and they talked about how they've started mobilizing their members to go register in preparation for 2027. And all of those, and all of those, and all of those. Basically, and then at some point they talked about the impeachment saga, but that's not the focus of this conversation. Now, basically, they're talking about the issues in Rivers State, and specifically calling on church leaders and elders. Okay, so if we talk about elders, I probably would say that at some point, at one point or the other, we've seen Rivers elders come to intervene. And with the kind of intervention, or with their intervention came criticisms as well. With some people saying, well, as suspecting the elders, I mean, you cannot come from a particular point of view, or you cannot take a side, or you cannot take a particular vantage point in your criticism. So if in your resolution rather. So if you want to resolve an issue, you have got to be neutral in it for the resolution to succeed. Because if that doesn't happen, and one party in the issue, in the tussle, in the crisis, perceives or sees that you're visibly coming from a particular point or standpoint, I mean, would they take you serious? They would not. So they would want to back out of whatever mechanism you want to use in resolving whatever it is that you want to resolve. And so it's really very important that the people who are coming to intervene, people who are coming to resolve the issue, they come from a neutral perspective. And for the elders, conversations have been that, okay, some elders, they took sides in their bid to intervene or resolve the crisis in Rivers State so that it didn't work. And so if they're calling on the elders now, well, maybe that's too late to call on the elders, because whether the elders were from one party A or party B, and then the content of their resolution or the move to resolve the issue was, viewed in some sort of way, the bottom line is some elders came and they spoke. They said what they said. And for them, what they said, or their aim, was to resolve the crisis in Rivers State. So maybe that's too late, for the PFN to wake up now and say, oh, elders should wake up and wading to the crisis in Rivers State. Now let's bring it down to the church leaders. This is one area that a lot of people would want to call, oh yeah, they shouldn't. Church leaders shouldn't, involve in all of this. What they can do is just pray for the state. Just pray for Rivers State. Don't come out making statements, or maybe you should come out and make statements, but then your statement should go in the line of prayer and praying for the parties that are the actors in the crisis just pray that God will touch their hearts and minds so they can come to an agreement and make peace. Not that peace that they made the other time and then they said, oh, we have made peace, we have settled, we have agreed to work together. No, not that kind of peace. Real peace, real one that will lead to rivers enjoying what they ought to enjoy. That kind of peace. Maybe that's a way that some people expect that the church leaders would come and then intervene. But as to the PFN saying, well, we should wake up now. We should come in, wake up and then do something about the crisis in River State. So going through the statement and hearing some and reading some words, I'm like, okay. After this statement now, what next? Because it does seem like when they say, oh, a state ascribed to one man, and I've been hearing that word, one man. They've been disturbing my ear. Which one man? So with that, you probably will be thinking, okay, is this coming from a neutral standpoint? Or they are headed in a direction already? And like I said earlier, if you want to resolve an issue between two people or amongst people, you have to take the neutral stance. But that doesn't mean that you will not state the obvious. So what is there is there. So if you see something wrong, you state it that this is wrong. Oh, this one you did wrong. In this place, no, you are wrong like this. You shouldn't have said this. You shouldn't have done this. That's it. But the PFN coming out now, I don't know if for you this is a late call. Is it too little too late? Should they have come out before now? Like when almost everybody was coming out and trying to see what they can do to resolve the crisis in River State. And like, okay, so maybe a few times they made some statements. Maybe they should have been more active in the peace process. Because whether you like it or not, some Nigerians, the way they obey and respect their church leaders, including politicians, especially the ones who are going to pray, so that they can win elections. Anything, at some point, anything the pastor says, the religious leader says, Daddy, okay. Papa, okay. Okay, man of God, I will do that. So maybe based on that, and I don't know about every politician, all right, but I know some politicians, they belong to different congregations. So they have a church leader, they have their religious leader that they are under. So they have. So maybe because of that or based on that, they should have hammered more. The religious leaders should have, hammered more, pushed more. They should have done more. Other than, bringing up a statement now that, let's wade in. Maybe they've been wading in their different ways. But this is another statement. Let's wade in. Let's wake up and wade in. Church leaders and elders. But at this point where it does seem like all efforts have been in futility, you're talking about intervention of the president, interventions of the president. You're talking about interventions from some elders in the state. You're talking about interventions from, That's still ongoing, Pandev. So with all of these interventions, now which one remain? So is this the one that would seal the deal? And is it coming late? Is it a late call? Or it's fine? Because the matter is not sorted yet, anybody can wake up and then make a call for a resolution to be made. So it's okay. When you wake up, you wake up. As long as the situation is still on ground, it's never too late. It's not late at all. Or maybe you think otherwise, it's late. They should have come earlier, way earlier. And how do you think that the church leaders can help put a stop to the political crisis in the state? How do you suppose they go about it? Is it in prayers, fasting? You know how, even as a government, sometimes before you know it, the state is declaring fasting and prayer for something. Even for terrorism, we declare fasting and prayer. Prayer is good, though. It's very good. But sometimes, you know that you want to put in the work as well. As you're praying, you're putting in the work as well. So you have faith. You pray, you have faith that it's going to happen. But you also have to put in the work. Sometimes you just say, let's declare fasting and prayer for against terrorism. So maybe that's a way the church leaders can come in, declare fasting and prayer for River State, so we can be able to solve or resolve the political situation in River State. Or maybe there's another way that it can come in to resolve the political crisis in the state. Anyways, you can join the conversation and let me know what you think. This call by the PFN to church leaders and elders to wake up and wade in to resolve the political crisis in River State. What do you think? Is it late? Is it apt? How do you think? How do you suppose they go about it so they can resolve that crisis or this crisis in the state? Join the conversation 0810-951-0951. 0810-951-0951. You can send a message to 0701-933-9962, a regular text message, or you can send that via WhatsApp as well. There is Facebook where you can go drop a comment. Facebook Today 95.1 FM, on X at Today FM 951. So I'll go for a quick commercial break. When I come back, I'll take your calls and, of course, read your messages. Stay with me.
Know a lot of talk radio.
Wetin you dey find for Sokoto? E don dey your domoto. Unique Company Limited na the ogbonge company wey dey deal on all sizes of quarry products like chippings. For Unique, we no dey do the more you look, the less you see, because we get standard weigh bridge wey go weigh the quantity wey you want. You confirm am, you pay, you carry your chippings, you go house, everybody's happy. Wetin you dey wait for? Waka go Unique Company Limited wey dey along Obirikwere Airport Road beside Bowen Filling Station now, or you reach them with these numbers
0912 994 7115 0912 994 7115 or 0813 572 3222 0813 572 3222.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
95.1 FM, Voice of the People. So the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, PFN, has expressed dismay over the lingering political crisis in River State, calling on church leaders and elders to wade in. The chairman of PFN in River State, Dr. Menaibi Dagogo Jack, while addressing journalists in Port Harcourt on the developments, the crisis has taken too long, and that it was time for church leaders and elders of the state to speak up and rebuke those who deserved to be rebuked. Late call, apt call. How do you think church leaders can help put an end to the political crisis? Questions. 0810-9510-951. And then you can send a message to 0701-933-9962. Drop a comment on X or on Facebook. Facebook at Today95.1 FM, on X at Today FM 951. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Dr. Chris, welcome.
Thank you, Fascination. Faustina, a call by Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria is not too early, it's not too late,
okay,
and not early. This problem have lingered for almost 2 years now, or a year plus 6 months. It's never late. You know, if we're in a sane society, things like this should not transcend where the church leaders will start asking members of their congregations to please give peace a chance. Because what do we preach in church? What we preach in churches is peace.
Love.
Yeah, that is it. Even in mosque, I learned what they preach is also peace. And again, you see, the two warring factions, I must say, none of them praise me. I don't belong to any of them. I belong to everybody. I belong to nobody.
It's okay.
Yes. The two people involved in this case are both Anglican people. The Anglican church members. I know them well. I said, yes. If not for one thing, the former governor would have been a knight. But I was in church one time when he told the Lord Bishop he doesn't want to be a knight. It's a very practical man. That's one thing I like about him. He said he doesn't want to be committing sin and be answering a knight. Yes, I was in church that day. Yes. St. Peter's from a pricker. That's one thing I like about Wike. He says his mind. You know? Yeah. So, no, I'm not his fan anyway. But I say things the way. After I like our current governor, Sim, because he's a cool gentleman. But what am I saying? The Church of Nigeria, even though they're not members of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, they are members of Christian Association of Nigeria. The Church of Nigeria, Bishop, you think they have not called these people to order? They may have called them to order. May have spoken to them. Our dear beloved former primates, and not even primates, even the former primates, or even our Kati, I'm sure he must have called them to order. Even the current bishops, both the Niger Delta North Diocese and that one, the other area, must have called them to order. Must have told them, give this a chance. That's what they preach in church. But you see, that is the area where Christianity differs from Islam. If they were both Muslims, Imam would have called them. And probably they would have listened to Imam. I tell you the truth. I'm a Christian by his grace. You know, if they are both Muslims in the same church, in the same state, and in the same either Shiite or Sunni Muslims, the Imam would just sit two of them down and tell them what he wants, and they will buy to it. Whether agreement or no agreement, the only agreement we have in life is with Christ, our Maker and our Savior, who is the owner of this our life we live, who will ask us for this life any moment he wants it. The life we live is not ours. So for me, it is not late.
Okay.
The PFN should please intervene. All we want in this state is peace. Okay. We love the two gentlemen. We love them. They are very important. We want them, rather. Not that we love them. We want them to do the needful. You understand, Faustina?
Okay.
That's my input.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Chris. Thank you so much. Not too late. Hello. Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon.
Hey, Faustina.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, I'm Williams, calling from Fuji community.
Welcome, Williams.
Yeah, our elders said, okay, in my local parlance, we say, Umunga Pusmanga, Oborikpo Dikubi. Meaning, elders don't sit idling when a Tesla goat rise over label.
Okay.
The elders, the church leaders, coming to talk about this moment, they should do it without taking sides. I don't like some of the comments they are using one man, this, that. No. They should pour oil on the troubled waters. That's the best way to go. The moment you begin to say this man did this man, no. The other person will not be comfortable with you again. So that's my take here.
Oh, thank you.
They should come into it without taking sides.
That's all right.
I'm from Calabar, I've told you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. I know the understand the Wongi Apple. I did not hear the other one. Understand rather. Hello?
You must understand that. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Christian.
Are we tired?
Eh?
Are we tired in this state?
No, we are not tired.
So, see, as far as I'm concerned, in life, there are natural principles and patterns that controls our life and existence. And the greatest of it is the laws of the Almighty. When you begin to do things crooked way, when the law will catch up with you, it will be like sin and winch you. They're not going to find solution to that, We say we are practicing democracy. I will be here. One person will say he bought form for everybody. He made everybody, regardless of whether we voted or not. And you think when these repercussions of this thing come, you think that it's going to be easy for anybody. That's why you can't solve the problem. Because what we sow is what we are reaping. We are truly deserving what is happening in Rivers State because we became so docile, allowing somebody to become so powerful to the point that the public of our leader was from what do you expect? And when that man speaks, everybody get school. Why do you want us to intervene from or any other person that you will not abuse the person? So tell how he has done this for the person. The person is that. But I think maybe until you don't reap the thing will not solve that the persons as people are of the state. For the intervention, well, I wish them well, but I think I don't think I will say anything for work.
Okay. All right, Christian, thank you. Hello. Good afternoon. I can barely hear you. Barely. I can barely hear you. Yes, I can hear you now.
Hello?
I can hear you now. Go on.
Okay. Let me put it from the last caller a little bit. We have the government from all look and trend. The law of Moses can't have two governors. Not of the fact that why sometimes you hear one man over and say, they are not taking sides. They are wrong. If you look it clearly, you have a governor, and the governor is ready to work for Rivers. That's why people are saying the one that wants to but the agreement in the eyes of the law is with the people. And that is why people are looking at it like somebody is disturbing the governor. The law are saying somebody has become more powerful than the Constitution. And it's a fact, clear, clean rule. Anything is telling. And someone will say he doesn't want to work with the assembly. That is fallacy. As an assembly member, you are representing the constituency. And you must come in accordance with the will of the constituency, which group you are representing, presenting their will and aspiration in the House. And the House will communicate to the governor. That's what the facts like that. And the governor needs it as executive to checkmate also. So look, we don't have this money, we have this money, this is what we want to do.
The budget they are dragging for is not necessary. The governor has a budget to run for 6 extra months. And if they should come with a supplementary budget, is them willing? Why? Which way? What purpose? To present your reason. Not of the fact that we are talking about law, talking about position and principle. And the governor is that.
So on the statement of the PFN.
Now the PFN is saying that look, enough of this. You have to play your role in accordance to the constitution. And the governor is in track. Those who are against the governor should come into the track. So whenever he say peace, the governor has no problem. He's on his track. Work with the governor, come with the will and administration of the constituency. The governor is working with rivers people. And as actual, take it to the bank to catch it. Wellington from Okrika. God bless you.
I should take it to the bank. It's okay. I should take it to the bank. Yeah, that's right. All right. So the PFN has expressed dismay over lingering political crisis in River State, calling on church leaders and elders to wade in. Don't forget, that is the focus of the conversation. So regardless of how you want to go back and forth and explain, oh, this is what led to this one and this one, you have to focus your attention on what the PFN has said, okay, because that's the focus of the conversation at the moment. Okay, thank you very much. Is it too late, this particular call by the PFN to church leaders and elders to wake up and waiting? Is it a call that is too late? And how do you think that the church leaders can come in, can wade into this crisis in the state and resolve the issues? Okay, call me, send me a message and let me hear from you. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Faustina.
You're welcome to Talk That Talk.
Yes, the same church that gives the platform to be abusing themselves. That way they
I feel like say even the networks invest for you, the way you start. Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. John. I don't think the intervention of the PFN will yield any results because of the political actors involved.
But how do you think that they can intervene? How best do you think they should?
I think they should have intervened earlier, much more earlier.
Oh, so this is
now, yes, because at this point, the whole thing is going to natural factors, and the courts are the ones that are going to solve this problem. Not even the president, because the president has intervened and he failed. So as it is now, I think they should just let everything be. Let's see how this whole thing will end through the courts and natural factors. Nature has a way of solving its own problem. Since the actors are adamant, there is no point intervening at this point, because the people you are going to intervene with, or you want to intervene for, their minds are made up. Especially people on the other side, the people that don't forgive when it comes to political sins. So even if you intervene, they might not even listen to them. One part might listen and the other part will not listen. So how do you solve the problem? So I think they should just stay back and watch.
And
the thing is coming to an end finally. The whole thing is coming to an end. It's either two things are involved. It's either the court solve the problem or the problem is solved in 2027. So that's just it.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, keep your calls coming in and messages coming in as well. 0810-9510-951. How best do you think the PFN of God, the church leaders, can help put an end to the political crisis? Is it to pray? Is it to invite? And, well, I don't think that at any point in time in this crisis, I don't think that the church has been silent. Like someone said earlier, maybe one person, their church leader directly must have, spoken to them at one point in time. Maybe at another level, another person spoke with them, or maybe collectively they haven't, or they have, but there is the need to do more. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, this is Mama. From River State.
Okay, Mama, go
on.
You
see, the intervention of PFN, you see, since the crisis has started, what role have they been playing? And they really know the truth. So the PFN is supposed to stand and say the truth. but they are motivated because they are eating bribe. This is how the
I don't understand.
They know the truth.
Calm down. Calm down. Slow down. They are eating bribe. You saw them when they were collecting the bribe.
Yes.
You saw them. Where did you see them?
Leave. I let them leave.
Don't stop it.
You see, our PSL, they are not contributing to the river state. They are not contributing anything. Nothing. They are there for selfish interest. They knew when the problem started. Why can't they intervene? Even if they know the truth. Seek out the truth first. Stand on the truth. You're asking PSL, Bishop. Those are scam Bishop. They should not have this.
All right, thank you. Bye. Thank you. So I've said it over and over again. There are conversations that you can have on the street. There are conversations that you can have in your house. But those conversations, you cannot have them on the public domain. And if you must have certain conversations in the public domain, you have to be skilled in using words. So you don't get yourself in trouble. And then you don't get us in trouble as well. Learn this. You're angry, well, yeah, but there is such a thing as having a conversation in public. You don't just come out and say things. Hello?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, welcome.
God bless you.
Mr. Robert, go on.
EFN will lead to the crisis. Fortunately, my view, I'm a blunt person by principle and view, but I act within the ambit of the law. EFN, for me, they are coming out late. And their efforts now will not yield any result. But it's just like they just want to be on the news. Because this EFN, they were not for tackle in River State. When the actor, particularly the FP minister, was telling people that tender should be filed and it is inside the church. What was the election? In the same way I come from, we advise you remove the hand of the monkey from the soup early enough before I talk to human hand. The idea that the emergency was imposed. And I've been shouting for things before. The clergy, which in this group they fall into PFN, that they are keeping quiet and they are seeing everything and seeing governors turn to social club in River State. They are not talking. A doom will come. I've been shouting that we are contact people. What is their role? Those social members are members, are consequence of their various religious houses. For me, their covenant is late. They just want to be on the news. Okay. A caller said earlier on that let natural cause take this, let natural effect take its course. Whatever it should be, if these people have the right by law to impeach the follow, let them go ahead. Let us see the kind of law they always have. But if you don't have power, it will meet a dead end, and that will be the end of the road. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Robin Majata Farmer. Thank you very much. You know, there have been conversations about, religious leaders getting involved in politics, issues of governance, politics. When certain religious leaders make certain statements, and I remember having conversation, and then some people would say, well, let them stay on their lane. Let them not get involved in politics. So maybe that's why, or maybe not, right? But maybe it's okay that they were quiet, and maybe they have been praying, and then maybe the people who belong in their congregation, they've been having conversations with them, talking to them about peace and love and living in harmony and all of those. Maybe that could be a thing. But hello?
Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, this is Salawes, Port Harcourt.
Mr. Salawes, go on.
What is happening in River State is for a talk. And I think a lot of lessons should have been learned, Nothing happened suddenly. when the build-up was there, people were busy laughing, clapping. Now PFN, I don't know the fashion of PFN that wants to intervene. Because if they pass any resolution now, they say, oh, this governor's camp, they've gone to collect envelope. If it goes the other side, they'll say, oh, the FC minister have, So I think this matter should be resolved naturally. I know God has passed judgment upon this matter. So why not we wait and see how the thing turns out? That is what I'm going to look, because none of them will step down. Everybody wants to stick. I must not put myself to shame. I must not lose my structure. The excellency, I cannot bring shame to myself. I'm an executive governor. So all those things, God has already passed judgment. We are just waiting for the D-Day, and it will soon come. So everybody is ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Solomons, thank you very much. All right, let's take some messages, beginning from the SMS portal. Diplomatic Frosty, what a wonderful topic. Church leaders, amazing. Please, forget it. Majority of them, their godsons are involved in this needless quagmire, therefore lack the moral right to resolve the matter. Meanwhile, where were they all this time? They are in competition to retain their sons in political offices. I beg you, leave this matter for God. This is from Kano. Hi, sweet ladies. Okay, just a lady here. As it is now, all hands must be on deck to make peace in the state. Though coming a bit late, PFN intervention is a welcome development. As a religious organization and a major stakeholder in the state, PFN's effort will help to bring spiritual dimension to the crisis and restore peace in the state. I wish them well, Mr. Lucky. All right, Mr. Lucky, thank you. The call by the PFN is simply a realization that the church forms a great part of the righteous populace, and cannot stay aloof of society. Praying for our leaders is good, but letting good men take the lead is better, and we must have the best fruits of the church in power. Chimini Oaxaca. Thank you. Greetings to you, presenter. I'm Friday Olu, Uniport. Where were the religious leaders, traditional leaders, and Pandev when the crisis was brewing until now? I mean, some have been, doing something before now. Until now that things have fallen apart. Are they going to impress it upon the FCT minister to let go of the so-called structure, or the governor should pander to the steel cast agreement unknown to Rivers people and even to the mediators? Let the impeachment process go on. Let the world see what and how it all pans out for or against either party. Okay. For every problem, there must be answers. Sometimes allow problems to be solved by themselves. When a child feels those who give birth to him will not sleep, when the right time comes, he will cry for sleep to come, and it will be so far from him. Let PFN not disturb themselves with a particular child who knows it all. Honorable Marlon. Okay. What does PFN mean by one man? They are obviously biased. Even pastors of those have those they support. Okay. Human beings are political. Flat Earth from PH. Okay. So that's the only thing you took away from their statement. Okay. Good day, presenter. The political impasse in River State is constitutional, not spiritual. PFN in River State should advise His Excellency Governor Fubara to work with the assembly members to move River State forward. Give to the assembly members what's due them for peace. Fasting and prayers can't solve constitutional crisis. It's political settlement. Henry Uzo from Port Harcourt. Okay. Did I not say that the spiritual controls the physical? No follow for politics. Good day, my presenter. The problem of the leaders in the country, especially religious leaders, is that they are just there calling themselves into leaderships. There are things not organized. Things are not organized. If you look at the church leaders, pastors, are they together? Have you heard of Pastors Nigeria Pastors Association? They are not organized, and our God is a God of order. That's why citizens are suffering, because those we call religious leaders are not even organized. So I don't know what you mean by your organize, because this is a group, and they'll tell you we're organized. We have different groups. We have this group, that group. Faustina, I'm not following this year 20. Okay. You say I'm not following this year's 21 days fasting because we are doing what does not help any situation in the country over and over again. It is a disappointment. It is blind following blind. We need to think in this country. If you're not following, I'm sure there's something you believe in now, Abi. In life, you believe in something. So you allow the people who follow it and think that it's working for them to do it. If it's not working for you, if you think that's so, well, you could go your side, then go their sides, Abi. Well, thank you so much for joining the conversation. It's been Talk That Talk on Today 95.1 FM. And we've been discussing the statement by the PFN calling on church leaders and elders to wade in the political crisis that has lingered here in River State. And I was asking if this call is coming late. Some people have said, well, it's late, rather too late. Others have said, well, it is not late, it's fine. They can, begin from now. But how can they, the church leaders especially, how do you think they can, intervene and make this entire crisis come to an end? These were some of the questions that, I've been asking, and you've been providing answers to. Thank you so much for your calls, messages, and to you who are just there listening to Today 95.1 FM. My name is Faustina Uputu. Top of the hour, the sports crew will be here for today's Sports Live.
Today in history, 22nd January. In 1973, a chartered Boeing 707 plane exploded while attempting to land at Kano Airport in Nigeria, killing 176 people in one of the deadliest air disasters in Nigerian history. Also in 1973, former world heavyweight boxing champion George Foreman defeated Joe Frazier in Kingston, Jamaica, to claim the heavyweight title. In 1984, the Apple Macintosh personal computer was introduced to the public with a now famous Super Bowl ad. In 1987, Pennsylvania politician Bob Dwyer committed suicide during a televised press conference, shocking viewers across the United States. In 2006, Evo Morales was sworn in as president of Bolivia, becoming the first person of indigenous descent to hold that office. And in 2007, at least 88 people were killed when 2 car bombs exploded in the Bab al-Sharqi market in central Baghdad, Iraq.
On this day in history, on this day in history, on this day in history.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Today's news in 60.
In order to eliminate professional bias against technical graduates, the federal government has instructed all polytechnics in Nigeria to award bachelor's degrees to higher national diploma HND holders. The federal government has inaugurated a book ranking and selection committee to improve the quality and affordability of textbooks used in Nigerian schools. The People's Democratic Party has criticized the Kwara state government for ordering the immediate closure of the State College of Education, Oro, over worsening security concerns in the area. The University of Lagos has warned that about 800 hostel bed spaces allocated to students who have registered but failed to move in will be revoked by the end of January. And on the foreign scene, the Australian government has moved to ban agent commissions for onshore course transfers by international students with limited exceptions.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
1 light, 2 lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take 3 lights, 4 He's ready to be the star.
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong, compact. Tyson get right all the way. He's looking around.
The heart stops. Catch the sports game on Sports Attack Mondays through Fridays 6:30 a.m. and Today's Sport Live 3 to 4 p.m. and also on the weekends 1 to 6 p.m. Only on your premium sports radio. Today 95.1 FM.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
some chaos, or should I say some kind of nitty-gritty in the in the game. But it was also interesting as well. At the end, for Chelsea fans, they were at least happy they didn't lose the game. But on this note, I'll be like one of the persons to be like, okay, Chelsea, I wish you all the best at this point. So we don't know where you guys are headed to. So it's just that my pleasure coming here. Actually, we are going to dissect all these topics.
Yes, we will sink our teeth into all of this. The penultimate league phase games of the UEFA Champions League took center stage across Tuesday and Wednesday. Tonight, also the UEFA Europa League and the UEFA Europa Conference League games will also take place. Sunday Olise has been talking a lot about the Super Eagles' journey at the Africa Cup of Nations. We're going to talk about that also. Don't forget what happens down under at the Australian Open. It's getting heated. Naomi Osaka in the midst of some dicey and juicy things, as you may call it. Hey, we're going to talk about all of this. Keep the numbers on the side. Once again, 0810951 0951 0701 9339962. This number is for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. We're live on YouTube and also on the audio only website. Now let's sink our teeth into everything we've got to discuss today. At home, let's start with some local basketball stories where retired Colonel Sam Amedu has expressed confidence that newly elected Secretary General of World Olympians Association WOA and former Nigeria captain Olumide Oyedeji can play a key role in restoring stability to Nigerian basketball as stakeholders intensify efforts to resolve years of administrative turmoil. Amedu, who serves as the president of FIBA Africa Zone 3 and remains one of the most influential figures in the country's basketball administration, spoke following a crucial stakeholders meeting in Abuja aimed at resetting the governance structure of the sport. He suggested that the prolonged crisis that has disrupted Nigerian basketball may be nearing a resolution, emphasizing that lasting peace would only come through structure, dialogue, and strict adherence to due process. Now let's talk some tennis now quickly, where Novak Djokovic's 399th Grand Slam match win over Italian qualifier Francesco Maestrelli propelled him into the Australian Open third round. Now the 40 Djokovic, who is seeking a record-extending 11th Melbourne Park title and 25th Grand Slam trophy overall, systematically dismantled Maestrelli's 6-3, 6-2, 6-2 to continue his quest to make more history on Rod Laver Arena. The 38-year-old maintained his steady grip on the second round clash without needing to shift into top gear and has now dropped only 14 games in 2 matches. Before I come to us about Djokovic, a little bit of drama about Naomi Osaka, who earned a heated Australian Open win over Sorana Sistria as defending champion Madison Keys, Iga Swiatek and Amanda Anisimova all advanced. Now 4-time Grand Slam champion Osaka, who lifted the Australian Open trophy in 2019 and 2021, recovered from a second set blip to defeat Romanian Sistria 6-3, 4-6, 6-2. The pair now briefly exchanged a handshake over the net, with Sistria glancing in Osaka's direction briefly and turning her head away. Osas, first of all, Novak Djokovic advancing to the Australian Open third round. Easy walk for him against the Italian Maestrelli 6-3, 6-2, 6-2. And a bit of drama where Naomi Osaka, and talking about her opponent Sorana Sistria, a little bit of drama where the women exchange words after the contest. Sistria visibly unhappy with the conduct of Naomi Osaka. What do you think about the games took place in the Australian Open, you could say, in the early hours of this morning?
It's been the expected for the men's side of things. No real upsets right there coming from the men's side of things. The big guys have been able to make it into the third round. We're talking about Kaspar Ruud getting his victory over Munar. Yannick Sinner obviously took out Duckworth in a straight set and got that one. Taylor Fritz also into round 3. We've got I think the only casualty, if I may talk about it, is Thomas Marchak getting out Stefano Tsitsipas right there. And 31 seed Stefano Tsitsipas has not had it really, really good with tennis. At one point before the Australian Open, he talked about himself retiring due to the load he has got on himself coming from that back injury that he has been struggling with for a couple of months right now. And you can see that the Greek man is not anything close to his best again in the world of tennis. And most likely, if results continue or performances continue to come this way, we would be seeing very short of Stefano Tsitsipas in the world of tennis before he maybe abruptly decides to call it quits from the game. But surprisingly, Stan Wawrinka is still moving in. Yeah, you can say early days and easy opponents, but he's still moving up as he continues to go. Let's see how far the 40-year-old would go. Right, this should be his last Australian Open, definitely. So let's see if he can maybe sign out on a very high note, but I don't think I will be expecting too much from him if he's talking about going to win the Australian Open. For Novak Djokovic, each game continues to mount up his momentum. Each game continues to build his morale and his spirit going further. And remember, it's clear to the blind right now that Novak Djokovic, the reason why he's in and out, trying to push himself beyond his limit, is to get that elusive 25th Grand Slam that could just make him the greatest of all to see the game, or for the game of tennis to grace in this era. So I think it's going to be a smooth one for him at this point until maybe he gets to the part of the draws where he starts coming up against the high and the mighty. Remember, he still has his eyes focused on the man Yannick Sinner, most especially because Yannick Sinner seems to be the biggest and strongest of oppositions anybody would be thinking of right now in the men's side of things when it has to do with the Australian Open. He's just the next best thing to come after an informed and young Novak Djokovic, who has won it 10 times in his career. He has won 2 times, hopefully looking for the third one in this particular one to make it a three-peat. And if you look at how these two, talking about Yannick Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz, have dominated the game right from about 2 seasons before now, but very obvious last season, you would agree with me that every person who hears the name Sin Caras would definitely have their knees wobbling at this point. So Novak Djokovic, the only way he can continue to tell himself that he has got what it takes to unseat these two is to ensure that every person that comes your way, you see them off in straight sets. He has been seeing players off in straight sets since round 1 and round 2. Hopefully it continues. Let's see how far he can go before he starts thinking of dropping a set, or maybe somebody comes very close to make him drop a set. But for now, it's Carlos Alcaraz, Yannick Sinner right ahead of him. Novak Djokovic still chasing the pack, I would say. But you've got lots of great players, because when players don't go out with upset like this, it makes it very difficult for the likes of Novak Djokovic. Do not forget, Ben Shelton is still there. Lorenzo Musetti is still there. Karen Chanchanov is still there. We've got Vacherot. If you know about him, you will know that this man is a rising star and could hurt you if you're not careful, or if you don't hold your grounds. Jakob Menchik is also in the mix right there. So it's going to be a handful for Novak Djokovic even as he goes ahead. Sorry. Hubert Hurkacz has been knocked out today. I expected a lot from him, but the man has been plagued with injuries, just like Tsitsipas has been for a while now. And I think it's one of those things also that has really, really come to play right now in his career. But it's been beautiful from the men's side of things. For the female side of things, we've got a couple of upsets that did come through earlier on today. I think one of them is the hugest of them should be Jessica Pegula. Did I see that she was knocked out? Was it Jessica Pegula? No, Yelena Ostapenko. Yeah, it was Yelena Ostapenko knocked out there. 24 seed she is knocked out there. And we also had Belinda Bencic, number 10 seed, surprisingly knocked out by Batum Kova in this particular one. But it's one thing that happens with the female side of things. Sometimes inconsistent. We've always cried about consistency for them. It always comes into play. But Naomi Osaka, I just wish she would have another fairy tale run, another beautiful run like she had in the US Open last season. Getting into that heated confrontation there with Sorano Christer. I think these things happen. Obviously, it happens. Sometimes most games in sports come with huge emotions. The only places I've not seen emotions coming too much to play, maybe golf. I've not seen much of emotions in golf. Maybe because
that's a gentleman's
sport.
It's
a gentleman's sport, yes. Maybe it doesn't have to do with much of physicality, but anything that has to do with physicality, you definitely see these kind of things come. Emotions would. I can remember last season, Yelena Ostapenko and Townsend were almost tearing themselves apart. Townsend not as compared to Yelena Ostapenko, but she made sure that anytime she sees Yelena Ostapenko, she beats her and lets her know that I am bigger than you. And that other one, you heard about the trading of words between the both of them. One saying the other isn't educated enough, and Townsend saying, yeah, I'm not educated, but I make sure that anywhere I see you, I go to Canada, I beat you. I come to the UK, I beat you. I go to the US, I beat you. So let my uneducated self continue to beat you as it stands that way. So it's accepted. Sometimes it brings that duty and that flair to the game. So, but as I said yesterday, even on the show, Naomi Osaka, whatever can motivate you, because some of these things also are motivations for her. So whatever she can find, because I see Naomi Osaka as somebody who is looking for everything possible to lay her hand on to motivate herself. If she looks at the dressing this day, today, and fine, it motivates me, she goes for it. If she wants to go out there and pick a fight with somebody so that she'll be fired up to the next round, in the next round, fine, let her do it. I think she needs everything right now to bring motivation to her to go ahead, because the journey ahead is pretty tough.
All right, fantastic insights from you there, Osas. Talking about the WTA side of things, I mean, it's the first Grand Slam of the year. It's hard court season. Madison Keys overcame her struggles with her game to advance to the third round in the Australian Open 6-1, 7-5 win over Aisling Kruger. The 30-year-old was once again less than convincing in her victory. Six-time Grand Slam champion Iga Swiatek also cruised past Marie Buskova 6-2, 6-3 in Melbourne. Osas also pointed out the exit of Belinda Bencic at the hands of Nikola Bartunkova. She lost their 6-3 Love 6 and 6-4. Also, just tell you about some other high-profile results at the Australian Open. Jessica Pegula advancing at the expense of McCartney Kessia, 6-love, 6-2. Paula Badosa, spared out for her. She has crashed out of the competition at the hands of Oksana Selhem-Kuvova. 6-4, 6-4, it finished there. And in the men's side of things, yes, two high-profile exits already at this stage of the competition. Stefanos Tsitsipas losing to Thomas Machak. 6-4, 3-6, 7-6, 7-6. Also, another exit in the competition. You could talk about Ube Ukac. 4-6, 6-7, 1-6. He lost to Ethan Quinn. Obviously, Stan Wawrinka qualifying to the next round. Taylor Fritz also qualifying. Casper Ruud, Yannick Sinner, Novak Djokovic. All of these men, Karen Khachanov inclusive, and Lorenzo Musetti, all booking their place in the next round of the Australian Open. Let's stick with other sports. We're in boxing. First of all, Deontay Wilder is close to agreeing a deal for a fight against Derek Chisora in April. The American former world heavyweight champion has been holding talks for a fight against Chisora, who is preparing for his 50th professional fight. Now, unified champion Alexander Usyk had declared his desire to defend his world titles against Wilder in America, but the bronze Brahma had decided to firstly face Chisora. Before I come to gifts on some other stories in football, Osas, I'll stick with you in other sports. First off, with boxing, Deontay Wilder getting set to trade blows against Derek Chisora. But in F1, world champion Lando Norris in Formula 1 says he feels ready to go again despite Formula 1's short winter break, but reserved judgment on whether the experience of winning his first world title would prove advantageous against other rivals in the much changed 2026 season. F1's rules revolution means the grid is set to be challenged by new ways of driving and racing in 2026. Let's now hear from the man, the world champion, Lando Norris.
Let's see. Let's wait and see. I've not driven a car with a number 1 on yet, so I can't tell you. But I'm certainly just confident. I'm ready to go again. I'm ready to. It doesn't feel long ago that we just finished, but it's time that it all starts again. And I'm ready. It's going to be exciting, new challenges for everyone. I just look forward to it all.
Just the cars, the new cars. Will you be okay with the style of them from what you know?
It's different to get used to, but until we drive it on the track, too difficult to say.
All right, Oscars, very quickly, Deontay Wilder choosing to fight with Derek Chisora. That's not going to be a sparring contest.
It sounds like spar to you because you're not really expecting.
I mean, you've got the unified champion ahead of you.
These guys have nothing to fight. I don't know if I want to say they have nothing to fight for at this point. Both fighters basically at the twilight of their career. 49 fights to both of them. 44 wins for Deontay Wilder, the Bronze Bomber, and we've got 36 wins for Derek Chisora. So you can see Bronze Bomber has got a 97.73% KO percentage. So it's going to be, and if you know Derek Chisora very well, he's one man that it's quite easy to open up and give him that KO. So I really can't say if Deontay Wilder would be at his usual best, but one thing I know is that he will definitely hit or drop those huge punches on Derek Chisora. So it's in as much as you're looking at these two and you're saying that their time is way past, but do not forget that Deontay Wilder is one man that is known for his knockout power. So if you're one of those who enjoys that knockout game, then you should go watch these two do the best they know how to do in the rings right there. For Deontay Wilder, what a way to return back after that. Zhilei Zhang's not really expected, but Zhilei Zhang just put a huge spanner to the wheels for him at a point where he thought that he could get himself back into action. But fine, it's one thing with boxers, it's not how many times you fall but how well you get up. I think Deontay Wilder has still got, let's see what happens with this particular fight. If he's able to show us that he's still got it within his sleeves, why not? He can get back to the point where he'll challenge for a world title again. After all, we are seeing Tyson Fury now, the man who goes and comes back. He's got like 13 lives. I know cats have 9 lives, but for Tyson Fury, I think his own is getting into double figures at this point because he can go and come back at any time he wants and maybe give you those breathtaking experiences. Eddie Hearn has stated it that don't write out Tyson Fury. He's still got a lot up his sleeves in the world of boxing. So for this particular bout, I want to see it happen. I want to see how well these two guys will be able to give us a breathtaking experience. But for me, I think Deontay Wilder has got a lot to offer in this particular fight. For Derek Chisora, he's got too many losses these days for a boxer of that caliber or at that stage. 13 losses. It's just a case of him piling up the losses again, going through. But for me, what I'm expecting from here is a Deontay Wilder coming through to rejuvenate his career, maybe find a path again to get himself into contention for one of the world titles.
All right, Gift, I will come to you shortly because Sunday Olise has not stopped talking. I mean, he obviously was part of the co-commentators at the Africa Cup of Nations, but then he continues to, you want to say, put a bit of spice behind the mic. But first off, let's kick the football side of things with the Nigeria Women's Football League, where the NWFL have announced a temporary suspension of league activities with fixtures set to resume on February 18th, 2026. Now, the decision, which comes after the conclusion of match day 7, follows a formal complaint submitted to the Nigeria Football Federation, NFF, concerning the unavailability of significant number of players from one of the participating clubs. Now, the complaint cited the involvement of more than 5 players with the Nigeria Under-20 women's national team, a situation that affected the club's ability to field a full and competitive squad. Now, in a circular address to all clubs, the NWFL Chief Operating Officer Modupe Shabi confirmed the postponement, noting that the move was taken in the interest of competitive balance and fairness across the league. Now, the league action is scheduled to resume with match day 8 fixtures on February 18. Now, just tell you about match day 7, which happened yesterday. Rivers Angels recorded biggest win of the round. Bayelsa Queens also claiming an emphatic away triumph at the Stephen Keshi Stadium in Asaba. Abia Angels edged Delta Queens by 1-0. Rivers Angels ruthless in Port Harcourt, cruising to a 5-0 win against Heartland Queens in Ileogbo. Oshun Babes and Sunshine Queens battled to a goalless draw in a tightly contested encounter. Remo Stars ladies continued their impressive run of form in Ikene with a 1-0 victory over Robo Queens. Confluence Queens and Nasara Amazons sharing the spoils in a 1-0 draw by Elsa Queens, producing one of the standout performances with a convincing 4-1 away win over at Adamawa Queens. And in Benin City, Edo Queens claimed a 2-1 victory over Pace Setter Queens. The final game in Uyoso, Ibom Angels defeat the Ekiti Queens side by 2-1. Now let's talk about the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Former Super Eagles captain and Nigeria football legend Sunday Olise has launched a strong criticism of Nigeria's national team following the circulation of a viral video showing the players celebrating a third place finish at the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. Olise, a prominent member of Nigeria's celebrated golden generation, described the scenes as deeply unsettling, warning that such celebrations reflect a worrying shift from the country's traditionally uncompromising title-focused football culture. Now, speaking on the incident, the former captain said he was shocked, please celebrating a bronze medal finish, particularly given Nigeria's long-standing status as one of Africa's football powerhouses. He added that the video attracted ridicule from members of the international media present at the tournament. Sunday Olise talking, saying it should be considered a failure that the Super Eagles of Nigeria did not win the Africa Cup of Nations, much less the players openly celebrating a third place finish. Now, we saw the videos where the Super Eagles making their entrance from the stadium to the locker rooms and they passing the press zone, they were celebrating, dancing. Is Olise in some sort of way right, where we should not be celebrating a third place finish, talking about the players of the Super Eagles? And is he also correct to tag the AFCON journey of the Super Eagles a failure, or is Olise just swallowing bitter piece and we can just allow us to celebrate our team to go?
Well, Sonto, compared to should I say his days in the Super Eagles, is something he's just trying to express his feelings, in the sense that the Super Eagles have been among the top players, like the top country when it comes to football, compared to when we saw, should I say, the likes of Mikel Obi. Should I say that those said the 2010 sets, the 2010s, they're like better than this current Super Eagle. And then you see, like, should I say, the third place finish is just like, are we going forward or going backward? He's just trying to express his own thoughts on that. But I don't see any reason why he should like be bitter about something like this. It's a game, and then we are seeing how we have top world-class players in the Super Eagles, and then one silly mistake can actually cause a game. We've been winning. I guess we didn't get any loss except for the penalty shootout with Morocco. That was the first loss. They came a long way. They did their best. They tried, from Tunisia to what's the other club? Tanzania, Uganda as well,
Mozambique as well. In the round of 16.
Yes.
And then Algeria in the quarterfinals.
They did their best. They tried. It's something we need to just, I'm not saying we should applaud them. It's something we need to keep pushing. Maybe come next AFCON, we are going to carry the cup. That's one thing I believe. We are seeing our players, they are keen and they mean to make the country proud. The likes of Victor Osimhen, Ademola Lookman, we are seeing Akko Adams, who is making waves everywhere now. A lot of them. I know inside of them they'll be like, although we finished at the podium, but at least next time, like I guess it's 4 years now from now, we are going to prepare better and we are going to make sure we go home with this trophy, because it's been a while. That's one thing Sunday listeners need to understand, that as time goes by, there are some changes that comes up, and you find out that the players are actually doing their best, working and trying to make the country proud. For me, I feel they tried. Our boys did what they did, and the third place isn't actually a good one, but come next time, I'm sure they're going to get there.
And sometimes, let me just add one or two to it, as Gift has already stated right here. Fine, soon to see. There's one thing about what's happening right now. Every person is celebrating. I'm not blaming the players at all. I'm not even blaming those celebrating them, because if you look at what's happening around right now, there's so much of celebrations for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, basically because they finished third in the just concluded African Cup of Nations.
They were not expected to go that far?
Yes, it's because they were not expected to go that far. Now, there has been this downward spiral when it has to do with the Super Eagles of Nigeria for quite some time now. That's the reason why now that we are seeing the Super Eagles of Nigeria play something close to what they used to be before, everyone is celebrating and saying, wow. Now, because, see, the truth of the matter is that getting to the third place in the African Cup of Nations is no mean feat. So, but when it comes to the Super Eagles of Nigeria, it doesn't really count a lot because of the pedigree and the records that we've got in the African Cup of Nations and the size and the quality of Nigeria as a footballing nation. So I don't blame anybody for celebrating. I don't blame the players for celebrating, because, yeah, they need to celebrate. It's something that has been achieved, something good that has been achieved. Cameroon didn't get to that point. Egypt lost out at that point. Algeria didn't get to that point. Ivory Coast didn't get to that point. So these are some of the big and heavyweights in African football that couldn't get to that point. You understand me? But I understand what Sunday Olise is saying. Absolutely. A man who was there in 1994, Tunis, lifted the African Cup of Nations with the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and against quality sides, including Zambia, no thanks to that airline mishap that they had where they lost some of their key players. But yeah, the Super Eagles of Nigeria were a quality side in 1994. He lifted the AFCON title. In 1996, he was there at the Olympic Games where the Super Eagles of Nigeria shocked the world by defeating Brazil in the semi-finals and defeating Argentina in the finals to win Africa's first gold medal in the Olympic Games. He was also there in 1998, France, where he scored one of the essential and most talked about goals in that group stage against Spain. Raúl González led Spain in that particular group stage in the France 98 World Cup. A bullet thunderous shot from outside the 18-yard box. He was also there in I can't forget this man and the Super Eagles in the African Cup of Nations 2000, hosted by Nigeria. That finals against a Patrick Mboma and Rigobert Song's Cameroon ended 2-2. It was an end-to-end affair. It was a fight of two lions. Yes, even if one of them is an eagle, but it was a huge fight. We saw what the Super Eagles did, and even after losing out, I think on penalties, Olise, that if you go online, you go on X, you find out that there's one of his videos where it's trending. That video came from that particular encounter. He was so unhappy.
He was crying.
He was crying.
Yeah.
He was trying. They tried consoling him, and he was even violent. That's somebody who finished as runners-up. So you can see different persons consider different levels.
He didn't want to pick up the award for his player of the tournament.
Yeah. So different persons consider different levels of success for themselves. Some persons say one man's meat is another man's poison. One man's means of transport, using the airplane to cover up and seal deals, is another man's hugest achievement. So that's how it is at this point. But I think he understands what it is to don the jerseys of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I think he understands what it is for the Super Eagles of Nigeria to take part in any competition. When it's the Super Eagles, especially in the African Cup of Nations, a third place finish is not good enough.
So Lisa is not licking sour grapes. And
no, he's not. He's only telling you
the standard should be higher.
Yes, he's only telling you that this is the standard. I came into the Super Eagles, I stayed in the Super Eagles, and I left in the Super Eagles. So you should also follow suit.
All right, let us know what you think. You, the listener. I mean, SMS and WhatsApp portals are open. The phone lines will be open at a point in the show. 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. That's SMS and WhatsApp portals. Let us know. Sunday Olisa says the Super Eagles players celebrating their third place finish at the Africa Cup of Nations is extremely baffling, so to say, for him to witness that sight, and he drew a mockery from international media who was present, seeing the Super Eagles, dance their way through the press and celebrate their third place finish. Or is it a function, like Osas also mentioned, the playing style? It's been a while, and should we just allow the players do their stuff, or the standards definitely has to be higher, and celebrating a third place finish is nowhere near the standards we want to see? Or, you didn't expect the Super Eagles of Nigeria to reach that phase of the competition, and they are justified to celebrate what was a difficult competition where they did not lose in normal time. It was just on penalties. They lost to Morocco and beating Egypt on penalties. A run of 5 straight wins in the competitions. They didn't lose a single game in the AFCON. Let's switch over to the international scene, where before we talk about the UEFA Champions League, former Chelsea striker Diego Costa has thrown into Antonio Conte and reveals he wasn't much loved at the club. In June 2017, Costa revealed that he had received a message from Conte saying that it was time for him to leave Chelsea. The message said, I quote, "Hi Diego, I hope you're well. Thanks for the season we spent together. Good luck for next year, but you are not in my plans." Costa said at the time, "My relationship with the coach has been bad this season. In quote, it was a shame, and I have already forwarded the message to the Chelsea people to decide." Now, in a preview of an upcoming episode on John Obi Mikel's podcast, Costa revealed that Conte was never loved among the Chelsea camp. Gives very quickly, before we talk about the UEFA Champions League, is there something that is among players and managers in the football ecosystem where players unhappy with managers getting to leave the club, players falling out on managers, which affects the results of the managers in turn? Because that same season, Antonio Conte was sacked as Chelsea head coach. Does the fallout between players who get to leave the club rub off on every other player? Is this something that's still supposed to be actually recognized in today's game?
Just like the question you just asked, is it something that is supposed to be recognized in today's game? It's been years since that incident happened, as we saw it with Ten Hag alongside Jadon Sancho, where some players, some of his teammates were like, why did he send him away? Why did he took it that far? And it's just like a behavioral pattern where one person is not happy with the manager, and then the manager is not happy with you not being happy with him, and then you get some sanctions, and that actually affects the performance of a player. Likewise, should I say, manager who is actually not being welcomed at the club by some players, and then you find out that the manager will be like, okay, should I say, he's just being seclusive, like, should I say, taking some players more seriously and dropping the others, like we're seeing in Manchester United, where Kobe Mainoo has been kept at a place for some time, and then the last game we saw his performance in the midfield is something. I'm not saying Michael Carrick is actually trying to segregate others and bring in others, like should I say, Amorim did with some of the players, to the extent Kobe Mainoo alongside Garnacho left. It was something, should I say, maybe is a personal grudge, or you don't like the fact that you're being benched, and then you take it personal, trying to see how...
Sancho and Garnacho, right?
Yeah, okay. Back then with Amorim and so on, and previous players, is something that has to do with, it's just like a chain of relationship between the players, the managers, and should I say, the staffs. If there's one problem or one issue with one player on the other, it actually affects the club. The performance also shows in there. The absence of Bruno Fernandes in one of the games there against Crystal Palace, or I can't recall actually now, is something. His absence was actually felt in that game. If he was there, things would have changed. But thank God it was against Crystal Palace. Thank God for Patrick Dogu, who restored parity for them, and then they managed to get it. We could barely see it. We could clearly see it actually, that when one player that is actually good is missing, and the other player that plays the same position is actually not very good, as that. The absence of Brian Mbeumo and Amad Diallo, you saw it. So this relationship matters a lot.
Yeah, as well said, relationship matters a lot, and some to not too far-fetched. Diego Costa, bad boy for the players. He's one player that is well known to have very bad attitude. Antonio Conte, not different from him also. I believe if he was a player right now, he would have been something like Diego Costa. So when you see two unlike two like poles coming together, what else do you get? Or two like charges coming together, it's repulsion that you get, and that's exactly what we're seeing between the both of them. Antonio Conte, you knew his run in Tottenham Hotspur, where he publicly criticized his players. When you see a manager who comes into a club, in fact, is there any club that Antonio Conte has left smoothly? For example, the way Jurgen Klopp left Liverpool, and everyone
recall.
Everyone had their hands up there saying, "You've done well, Johan. You've done well, Johan." For Antonio Conte, it's either he fights with the players or he fights with the management and he leaves. The intensity is always too much. The tension is always too much. So what else are you expecting? A man like Diego Costa and a man like Antonio Conte, it's fights to finish.
All right. We call Diego Costa AGK, so you can actually, he has to definitely put AGK as part of his names if he eventually gets a Nigerian birth certificate. Anyways, let's now turn our attention to the most elite club competition in all of world football.
Their 18-yard was something massive, and yet he was able to, should I say, stop a whole lot of shots especially from Moses Caicedo, and finally, before the header came in, it has been, should I say, over half of the game. The first half was fully dominated by Chelsea, and then the goal that was cancelled from Enzo Fernandez, it was truly offside, in the sense that we saw Liam Delap was like, okay, this one is actually real. It was actually offside. So Chelsea, it was the club Pafos actually gave them a tough time, and had it been ended goalless, it would have been, maybe should I say, maybe Chelsea fans would be like, what's going on with our club? They're not making us happy, even with the new coach. Should we sack him? Although it's too early for that, but it's something. Yesterday's game, I would just give kudos to Chelsea, especially to Moses Caicedo for doing that.
All right, Osas, let's take a look at the standings. Obviously, Arsenal perfect from 7 games, 7 wins.
I think Arsenal and Bayern they are sure of getting into or qualifying directly.
Yeah. Bayern sits second with 18 points from 3rd to 8th in this particular order. Real Madrid sits 3rd, Liverpool sits 4th, Tottenham Hotspur 5th, Paris Saint-Germain 6th, Newcastle United 7th, and Chelsea sits 8th. Now, these 8 teams, if it stays like this, will book their place to the round of 16, and the other teams which occupy 9th to 24th on the log will slug it out in the playoff round. The 8 teams which progress from there will then qualify to face these 8 teams who sit from top to 8th. Yeah, the draws will happen. But then, surprisingly, it's gonna be an exciting last round of fixtures in the Champions League, because Barcelona have not qualified directly. They might not qualify directly if they sit 9th. Manchester City, Atletico Madrid, Inter Milan, Juventus, Borussia Dortmund, Galatasaray, Marseille, Athletic Club de Bilbao. These are some of the clubs who occupy 9th to 24th. Also, it's going to be a dicey one in the last round of games of the Champions League. Are you backing these same teams who sit 1st to 8th to qualify to the round of 16, or there's going to be some sneak-ins at the end of the day?
Definitely, we're going to be seeing some sneak-ins at the end of the day, because the last game, for example, Chelsea is going to be traveling all the way to Naples to take on Napoli.
Antonio Conte,
and you know that it's not always an easy game to go to the Diego Armando Maradona Stadium right there in Naples to get all 3 points, and Chelsea needs to have all 3 points to guarantee themselves qualifying into directly into the knockout stage. And Barcelona only sits 9th right there with 13 points as well. Barcelona plays at home. That's at home against FC Copenhagen. You can easily say that game is all 3 points for Barcelona. So if it stands that way, we're going to be seeing Barcelona storm into the 4th or 5th position in this particular UEFA Champions League. For Real Madrid, they also have a tall, huge mountain to climb. They go away to Benfica in Portugal, in Lisbon. So it's going to be a huge task for, in fact, everyone from 3rd to 8th who will be going away from home would have a lot on their plates to taste or to eat, because it's going to be every person you're traveling down there knows that you're coming for one reason: get all 3 points, and they will make it very difficult for you. If they know that they can't go through, just like Pafos, they'll try to park the bus and make sure that you don't even get the goal. So it's going to, I think we're going to see a swing in the pendulum when the last games of the league phase of the UEFA Champions League comes through. So as it stands right now, it's still open from 3rd down to 8th.
All right, let's get your thoughts on the show right about now. 08109510951. Your thoughts, Chelsea fans. Are you confident your team will actually qualify directly to the round of 16, or will they crash out in the playoff spots? Liverpool also, that win against Marseille, was that a launch pad for them for their season to actually kickstart on the Arne Slot? They've not had the best of seasons. Let me know your thoughts on the Champions League games that was played Tuesday and Wednesday. 08109510954. Don't forget, Sunday Olise also talking about the Super Eagles of Nigeria not celebrating their 3rd place finish at the AFCON. He's calling it a failure for them not to win the title, the AFCON title. Is he in his right place? Let me hear from you. Hello, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to you. Okay, we lost that one. Let me hear from this caller. Hello, good afternoon to you. Hello. All right, that's a drop call situation. We'll get the thoughts of another caller. Hello, good afternoon to you. We seem to be having an issue with the phone lines. Call it again, 08109510951. That's the phone number for you to call. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon to you. Please turn down the volume of your radio set. Thank you.
Okay, let me go and off it first.
Okay. Have you done that?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Your name and where you calling from?
Simon from Rumodumaya.
Welcome, Simon.
I want to talk and answer something because I was very annoyed. In fact, I've been annoyed for something all this while. But let me just say it now. Since I thought it's social media thing, I don't know that all this that I'm seeing in social media is just true. Police should stop causing division in Super Eagles and thinking that he's doing Nigeria favor because he know how to speak grammar or whatever. Police have been done the when they employed the Super Eagles coach. Ahmad Lupin he has employed African Guardiola. Instead of Police to give up that Guardiola, Police come they have scatter Super Eagles, bring division, make some players retired when they have not even wanted to retire. And now Police are bringing confusion in the team, telling us in fact that they're celebrating top place. All of us knew how everybody rated before this tournament. Police was also telling the whole world that it was Victor Osimhen that made Nigeria not to win this Nations Cup because of his effort with Ademola Lookman. That since then, Ademola Lookman wasn't himself. Please, can everybody tell me, answer me? Anybody that is making this kind of comment, is he a person that is trying to make peace between two people, or someone that is, continue putting sand in the gari? Police should stop talking, please. Stop talking, Police. After that match, they did the most. Which match is that? All of us saw what happened. What happened in Algeria match? Everybody saw it. Everybody saw how the team played. Teamwork in Algeria match, and that is what. Listen to Perobi. In Nigeria, we will say but listen when two of them talk. We will respect Perobi. Because of people respect Mikel more than Police. Still with the way Mikel handled that matter, the way he played maturely to talk about that matter, it is something that will bring peace in the team, not to scatter the team, to scatter the team. Police talk that he's trying to. Police, these guys have achieved more than you. They have achieved more than you, so he cannot stop them. Please stop talking.
So Simon, let's thank you very much. Let's keep it brief so we can allow others get in on the conversation. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Yeah, welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. Yes, Olise. I'm on his matter. Olise. Anybody that know where Olise is, they should tell Olise to keep quiet. Because Olise kept on every time to be putting fire in this our national team. Olise become Nigeria coach. He make Vincent Enyama retire from national team. He was the one. He cannot say he's not the one. We know what he did. So he should not just come and behave as if he's sent now. When he was playing ball, I don't too watch him. But with my other brothers, they do tell me what is happening in Super Eagles because they do follow it. Olise was one troublehead in Super Eagles team. That's why he was captain. But in his playing day, he bring problem to the national team. Please, Olise should just leave the team because the problem is not those boys that is playing our football. Our problem is NFF. Those are the people. If Olise has any grievance, he should send it to NFF. He should leave those players because if NFF is doing well, some of those players that is criticizing, some of them might not play in Super Eagles because we have so much players that are even better than the one that they are playing now. Why can't he channel the problem to NFF? Why would he be bringing problem to the player every time? If he has any problem with the player or Nigerians,
let's get this thoughts of this caller. Hello, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, my brother. How are you?
I'm very fine, thank you. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Steve Ngo. I'm coming from Port Harcourt.
Welcome to the show.
Yeah, I listened to Olise on the final. I think one of the commentators on the final Senegal and Morocco. Then our match, one of those matches, Omokachi was among the commentators. I don't understand why these players are behaving like that. They were so much against Senegal. He was so much against. All of them are supporting Morocco. I don't know why Omokachi, because his wife is from Morocco. I will give him to that. he was supporting Morocco. Olise on that match of Senegal, he was just supporting Morocco, no matter what happened there. So it's not fair for him. You see, Osimhen, as a human being, as a player, he has done well. He has done so well. The sacrifices that Osimhen is doing for Nigeria, Osimhen cannot never try that. Look at him today. As a captain, he wanted to use his money to pay for the boys' bonuses. What is the captain? Was fighting players, fighting officials, everything. No, it's not good now. Let him just leave this player to rest. These are because, and look at what most of them, they left the next day to go and play, also play their matches for their clubs, because that's who are paying them. So we should understand what happened. The NFA have come back and say, look, their medals are with him, their medals are with them, and they must find a time to give it to them. There was no issue between anybody. This one bring you, look, man, everybody he's being a footballer. He is one of the people who have a lot of temperament. You should want to understand that. So please let them leave these boys alone. They are doing well for us. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Let me get some messages here on WhatsApp. This message says, good day, sports presenters. How many years did Olise play for Nigeria? How many trophies did he win? I remember France 98. Nigeria played well till we met Denmark. Olise wasn't playing well. If he's nowhere, he will come out and say plenty. On the SMS portal, this message says, good afternoon, the sports crew, Somto, not Evans. Talking about Sunday, Olise, he's correct in what he said. He said he remembers the semi-final against Senegal in the year 2000 Nations Cup. Olise was not in the game because he was having fever, but Nigeria was down by a long goal. He came into the game from the stands. 2 passes he gave to Julius Agawa gave Nigeria the victory. Jude from Alakai. Another message in the SMS portal says, Olise is quite right. Osimhen must be called to order or he's indiscipline will ruin the team. We'll take one more call. 30 seconds, please. Just one more call before we knock things off on the show today. 08109510951. We'll take one more call before we wrap things up on the show today. Hello, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
Mr. Monday from Port Harcourt.
Welcome, Mr. Monday.
I think Olise should leave the Super Eagles alone. While he was in the team, he was also a problem to the team. Like one of the callers said, when he was the national team coach, what did he do? How many years did Olise play for the national team and how many trophies? Because I know he was not in 1994 when Segun Odigbami, they won the first trophy. I know he was not with Stephen Keshi when they won the second trophy. So why is Olise talking all these things? I think you should leave these boys alone. They have to celebrate. Some of them are playing for AFCON for the first time.
All right.
And so in fact, it is on record that we have won the most bronze medals. So why must Olise bring all these things? Like all other callers have said, he should leave the boys alone.
All right.
He was in charge. Why
Mr. Monday, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'd have to cut you short there for a bit, but we're out of time. Thank you very much. We're out of time. That'll be that on the show today. Today's Sports Live. Thank you so much, Osas. Thank you so much, Gift. My name is Somto Isaac. Sports Attack returns tomorrow morning by 6:30 a.m. Before that, do keep it logged on Today 95.1 FM. It was lovely doing this with you. The news is up next.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Hello and good evening. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Faustina Oputu. The Supreme Court has dismissed the trial of the former Chief Security Officer to ex-military head of state, General Sani Abacha, Major Hamza Al-Mustafa, in the murder of Kudirat Abiola. During proceeding, Lagos State was slated to reopen the trial, but no legal representation was made, while no process was filed since 2014 when the order to reopen the case was granted in its favor. Paul Daudu, counsel to Al-Mustafa, informed the justices of the Apex Court that Lagos has not taken any step to implement the order granted it in 2014 to reopen the trial. Dauda said that not even a notice of appeal was filed by Lagos State as the appellant to demonstrate its seriousness to prosecute the trial. The senior lawyer, after explaining that more than 9 years after, nothing was done to comply with the order, urged the court to hold that the appellant has abandoned the case and should be dismissed in its entirety. In a unanimous decision, the Supreme Court agreed that Lagos State has lost interest in the matter and consequently dismissed it. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has accused the Senate of deliberately frustrating efforts to amend the Electoral Act 2022, warning that continued delays could undermine the credibility of the 2027 general elections. In a statement shared on his X handle, Atiku described loopholes in the current Electoral Act as a major setback to the 2023 elections. He argued that they enabled widespread electoral malpractices and made it difficult for petitioners to prove their cases in court. Atiku stressed that urgent legislative action was required if similar challenges were to be avoided in future polls, particularly the 2027 general elections. The former presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, alleged that the Senate was intentionally blocking the passage of proposed amendments to the Act, warning that failure to amend the law ahead of the 2027 elections would amount to a deliberate attempt to compromise the electoral process. The Electoral Act 2022, signed into law in February 2022, currently governs the conduct of elections in Nigeria. The National Assembly is also considering an Electoral Act amendment bill aimed at addressing shortcomings observed during the 2023 polls ahead of the 2027 elections. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, has urged international investors to look beyond the security challenges facing Nigeria, saying that the reported geopolitical risks were exaggerated, eroding foreign investors' confidence in the country. Speaking at the ongoing World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, Tuga noted that incidents of insecurity being recorded across the country are isolated cases and not the reality across the country. According to him, instability in the Sahel had spilled into Nigeria. Tuga said the government is working with international partners, including the United States, to target bandits and terrorist groups in their hideouts. The minister also said Nigeria is actively engaging investors and pushing back against an exaggerated risk narrative around Nigeria's economy. On the foreign scene, Delcy Rodriguez is poised to become the first sitting Venezuelan president to visit the United States in more than 25 years, excluding appearances by leaders attending United Nations meeting in New York, marking a dramatic shift in relations between Washington and Caracas. Rodriguez said she was engaging the United States without fear, stressing that dialogue and diplomacy were the preferred means of addressing long-standing differences. The prospective visit underscores a remarkable turnaround in bilateral ties following the U.S. operation that led to the arrest of former President Nicolas Maduro, who was taken to the United States to face narco-trafficking charges. Rodriguez, a former vice president and longtime insider in Venezuela's authoritarian and staunchly anti-American government, assumed the presidency on an interim basis following Maduro's removal. Despite the diplomatic thaw, she remains under U.S. sanctions, including an asset freeze. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good evening and thank you for listening. I am Faustina Uputu.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is High Life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. here.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play, undercurrents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody. Yeah!
The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
All stands, greet.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. You're welcome to Jagbajan.
To give you insight into some of the news reports making the rounds. Now, the platform on radio is a program where we come to dissect trending issues with correspondent reports. Now, our correspondents are out there sourcing reports from the field, and on this program, we take their reports and have them give us more details. Perhaps you get to hear what's not entirely in the news. Menu we have River State Justice Simeon Chibuzamadi give reasons over inability to act on any request of impeachment by River State House of Assembly. Factional spokesman of APC in River State, Darlington Woju, decries assassination plot against him. Activist Professor Haonaya described actions of River State Assembly as deliberate acts to deny people peace.
Nigerians like 120 million. One population of 6 billion. 6 billion.
All right, let's get on to the first story on the menu. The Chief Judge of River State, Justice Simeon Chibuzamadi, has given reasons why he will not act on any request, resolution, articles of impeachment or other documents or communication from the Speaker and 27 other members of the River State House of Assembly for the purposes of constituting a panel to investigate the purported allegations of misconduct against the governor and his deputy. Justice Chibuzamadi, in a letter to the Speaker of the River State House of Assembly, acknowledged receiving the House's resolution to set up a 7-man impeachment panel against Governor Siminalayi Fubara, but stated that he is restrained by a subsisting High Court order from taking any further action. The Chief Registrar of High Court, David Ihuamadwe, who confirmed the letter to Today FM correspondent, recalled how a court order emerged from a suit by the Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy Professor Ngozi Maodu, which challenged the impeachment process over alleged improper service of the impeachment notice. Now, the court, presided over by Justice F.A. Fiberasiba of Oyibo Court, sitting in Port Harcourt, had issued an order restraining the Speaker and 27 other defendants in the suit from sending any request, resolution, articles of impeachment, or other document or communication to the Chief Judge. Now, the court also restrained the Chief Judge from receiving, forwarding, considering, or, however, acting on any request, resolution, articles of impeachment, or other document or communication from 1 to 27 defendants for the purposes of constituting a panel to investigate the purported allegations of misconduct against the governor and his deputy for 7 days. Now, the presiding judge, Justice Fiberasiba, thereafter adjourned the case to the 23rd of January 2026 for motion. Meanwhile, information available revealed that the Speaker and 26 members of the House of Assembly have already appealed the order of the High Court before an appeal court. I mean, simply, we'll just go straight to the point, because I'm sure that you've seen this. You probably have read about it. It's in the papers, on the dailies, national dailies. You find them. And maybe you've listened to some stations and then you've heard the news. So I'm sure by now that you have thoughts about this. You're thinking in different direction. Maybe you're thinking that, well, you're not surprised by this. I mean, this was going to happen because of the court order restraining the Chief Judge from going on with whatever it is that he was supposed to do, leading to the impeachment of the governor and the deputy in River State. Based on that, maybe you're not surprised, or maybe you're thinking you're not being surprised. It's not based on that. Maybe it's based on some sort of allegiance, some sort of allegiance. Simply put, allegiance. That's the reason that this is not happening the way you think it should happen. That's the reason the Chief Judge has said, well, I cannot do anything about it. Whatever you want me to do at this point, the Assembly they want me to do at this point, I cannot do anything about it because of court orders restraining me from doing this. Or maybe you're thinking, this is more than there is more than the eyes can just see. I mean, there's more to this. You're reading some sort of political undertones to this, especially those of you who can calculate. You do your political calculations because you're political mathematicians. So you're going here, you're going there, and you're putting 1 and 2 together and then giving your verdict or your perception or your narrative or your view on this. So what are your thoughts on this new development? Did it come as a surprise to you? Or, well, you expected this to happen? Okay, so you can go on and call me, send me a message, and let's talk about the story before we move on to the next story on the menu. You can dial 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951. And then you can send a message to 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. That number, you can send a message to. A regular text message that will cost you 6 naira, or you can do that via WhatsApp using your data. Okay, so let me hear from you. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, good evening. Welcome to the platform.
Good evening, Mr. John from Port Harcourt.
Mr. John.
The decline of the Chief Judge in forming the 7-man panel is not a surprise, because once a court order has been issued, the parties involved are expected to obey. And that is exactly what the Chief Judge has done.
I mean, coming from a time when people are talking about disobedience to court orders.
Yes. But this man is a man that is already a judicial officer.
Okay.
If every other person disobey court order, you don't expect a judicial luminary to also disobey court order. It's unheard of, although it happens, but he has done the right thing. And I know the case will proceed even to Supreme Court. So finally, if last, this whole thing is going to end in 2027.
Okay.
So all parties should just be patient and wait for the next election. There is no point for any impeachment because elections are already around the corner. When it comes to election, you choose who you want to choose, and the people, the masses will vote who they want to vote. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much too. Hello, good evening. Welcome to the platform. Ooh, such noise.
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
Faustina Oputu. Good evening.
Good evening. This is Mr. Mascot.
I am Mascot and I am calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go on.
Thank you so much. Honestly, I want to congratulate these two unique Nigerians. That is Justice Febre Sema. I know a time I brought a matter to her court. She disposed that matter with judicial uprightness. And the Chief Judge of Rivers State, Justice Simon Amon. History will never forget this man for being so scrupulous and judicious in his service as the Chief Judge of Rivers State. He has always stood by the truth, despite his of the extraction, ethnic extraction that has so wanted the governor out. But he has remained steadfast with the governor and in maintaining the law. If you want to ask the governor, wait until the poll 2027, bring your own candidate, and then slug it out with him at the poll. Do your best to edge him out, other than to disturb the peace of Rivers indigenous and non-indigenous alike. Nothing is working again in Rivers State. The ring road has stopped. The Trans-Calabar, everything has come to a halt, but the economy, just because of politics. What kind of supine politics is this? So I want to thank two of them, and the governor should at least start now to work, because it is work that will deliver you. I have never seen a governor that is so much loved and have an organic support like Governor Simla Efubra.
Right.
That even as I am now, if he tells me to vote for Tinubu, I will quickly go and vote for him because of the love I have for him.
Okay, Mr. Mascot.
Thank you and God bless you.
All right, thank you very much. So when you say that even the economy has come to a halt, well, you want to look at certain indices, because at the end of the day, things are happening. Maybe not the ones we expect that they should be happening, other things in terms of whatever business that the state has to do in some way. So at the end of the day, they tell you, IGR will generate this one is happening, that one is not happening. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Faustina. This is Honorable Chris Okrish.
Welcome.
You see, why at times illegality always order of the day in a country? Why do they want to impeach governor, if I may ask? What is his crime? Is it because of the man?
Did you not read what the assembly said?
Is it what? So if our assembly...
Well, you can move on from there to this point, because this is the new development.
No. Yes, because of assembly.
Because of time.
If our assembly say that Oyibo is in Asalari, I should believe them because they are assembly. Why we don't need to all these things now? Why do they want to impeach?
So you can move on from there. Now that was a point, but there is a point now.
Thank God that the judge have done the needful. Other judges should follow suit and do the right thing, so that what happened to the man that said that the hand of human being is monkey hand from my village will not happen to some of them. Go to the man village now, and the compound everywhere is grass. So they should do the right thing. Then, thank God that this judge have done what is right for the masses. All our judges should emulate what is right, not their paymasters, allegedly.
It's all right. Hi, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome to the platform.
You don't know from myself.
Go on, no.
You see, it's not every judge that is like Justice or Motoshaw.
Did you have to call names?
Huh?
Did you have to call names?
No, because everybody will know how Omotosho used to judge his own case now.
But that is his own case. You stay with this one that has judged its case. So you talk about what he has done.
This judge now have done the right thing. One, for him to obey the court order. In the right sense, this impeachment that we are talking about, if they want to start anything impeachment, they are supposed to wipe away, including the assembly members and including the governor, because they are products of the same root. Why the governor is getting organic support from Rivers State and Rivers people is because, one, he don't want to follow the evil legacy that his predecessor have left behind. The bad governance and bad leadership that his predecessor have left behind, and the man wants him to follow that way.
That is no. Your opinion, because some people would say
you want to give Rivers people the dividends of democracy, make them to feel governance. And this man said, no, you follow my rules and regulations. How can you be in Abuja? You are FCT minister in Abuja. You also still want to be controlling Rivers State. Now, the 23 local government, now, all their allocation, the local government autonomy, where is it going to? Where is it going to? Even the local government that are in seat now today, they are crying. They are lamenting, but they cannot voice out because they have sold themselves to one man.
They are crying.
Sold their conscience to one man.
How do you know
that? They are regretting.
Wow. You know, sometimes some of you say things and you feel like you were in the room or in the table where those things were happening. But the reality is that you just perceive certain things and so you assume. And when you say, oh, bad leadership, there are some people who would say that, well, he tried, or he did this. It's not evil. It's not evil. It's governance. It has got nothing to do with evil or something. One final call and we'll move on to the next story. Hello, good evening.
Faustina, good afternoon. Long time. My name is Stephen Go. I'm from Port Harcourt.
All right. Good to hear from you.
Thank you very much. You see, this matter, it's not a matter of emotion, no. It's a matter of abusing people, abusing individuals. That man is a judicial officer. A matter comes to his court and he said, this is what you want to do and this is what the law says you should do. And he's abiding by it. Why do you allow your callers to be attacking people up and down? It's not necessary now. You see somebody who is not part of this discussion.
Did you not hear me say something?
You did not. I heard, but you did not stop. You allowed to finish what you wanted to say before you came in. It's not fair. Please, one peace in this state. All this about they are doing that. It's not the issue. The man, the governor is not a dead man. It's a governor of this state. It's not a small child. It's mature. They have been in government. You know what the process is going to take. And they're taking a process. Why do people have to go to do as if they are in the beer parlor and the motor park? It's not better. Allow the law to take its course. End of the day, it works like this good. Because the Rivers will see benefit whatever you want to have to look at it. We benefit what we lose, or we benefit. Don't allow the people who are governance to do what and let them. There's a rule. Let the rules out. Follow it up. That's what they are going to the court. It's not a matter of they didn't go to fight. They allow that law to take its course, please. Thank you very much.
Well done. Thank you very much. All right, let's move on to the next story on the menu. All right? The factional spokesman of the All Progressives Congress APC in Rivers State, Darlington Woju, has claimed he's uncovered what he described as a satanic plot aimed at abducting and assassinating him. Now, in a statement, Woju described the alleged plan as part of a demonic attempt to reintroduce politically motivated attacks against perceived opponents in Rivers State. Now, he said credible information indicates the plot was designed to silence him over his principled stance on the ongoing political crisis in the state. Woju, who alleged that the perpetrators, whom he described as a hired gang, have been monitoring his movements in Port Harcourt and Abuja, said the sponsors and paid agents behind the murderous plot cannot add his name to the statistics of unresolved political killings in Rivers State. Now, he expressed confidence that Rivers State belongs to Jesus Christ and not any occultic group of bloodsuckers, insisting that the state shall not remain under the stranglehold of demonic forces. Woju further expressed optimism that with divine protection he will witness justice served to those behind the alleged plot. Simple. What is your take on the political tension in the state and what can be done to avert any political killings? I mean, because he talked about political motivated assassinations and killings. What can be done at this point before we get to that point? So we don't get to that point at all. What can we do at this point? Because an issue moves from one point to the next, depending on how it is handled. Okay? And then from point A to point B, what you do in between the points will determine what happens at point B. Okay? So if you don't handle it well, there would be consequences when it gets to point B. But if you do, well, you're just going to enjoy the benefit and the peace and, of course, the positivities that come with handling it amicably in a peaceful manner. So what can be done? 0810-951-0951. It is 0810-951-0951. Send a text to 0701-933-9962. Hello, good evening. Welcome to the platform on radio.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, you're welcome.
Yeah,
Hello.
I want to talk on, please, I want to talk on Darlington Woju's comment.
Go on.
Mr. Marcos, by the way.
Go on, Mr. Marcos.
Darlington Woju is speaking like somebody who is telling us his dreams.
Is what?
As it is now, his dreams.
But can you talk about what he has said? Because you said you want to talk about what he said and not him.
Hold on, you understand what I mean? He's talking about plans to assassinate him, is it not?
Mm-hmm.
He never showed us the plan. That's why I say it's like dream. It is only him and himself that knows what he's saying. He might be correct, though. He might be correct.
So when you say he should show plans, you expected him to be more vivid?
When I said what?
When you said that he should show plans, the plans, how do you mean?
I didn't say he should show. I said he has never showed us what he's saying.
No,
because he alone knows.
And that's what I'm saying now.
You have never come to prove it to us.
Oh, you want proof?
Happened.
Okay, you want proof.
I am not saying I want proof. But because we are not sure of what he said, neither are we arguing him. It's like somebody coming out from his dream to tell us what he's trying to do. We are not going to argue him. I'm suggesting on that this thing, if that is exactly what they are planning against Darlington Woju, please, reverse youth should be careful and avoid people using them against the life of Woju.
Right.
So the path of peace and allow River State go in peace. This is my advice to every one of them that is involved. Don't know?
All right.
Somebody should take the advice and avoid going for his life.
Okay.
That's my suggestion, please.
Thank you very much. I mean, that's the reason you have words like claims, allegations for now. Yeah, until... I mean, for now, he's going to probably be working with security agencies, and there are things that they would not disclose to the public, but they probably would carry out their investigations. And when it's proven, when they've seen evidence, and then maybe they'll come back and give more details. But for now, there are claims, there are allegations of plots against him. Hello? Before you call, please turn off your listening device. I have a headphone, so that noise can damage my ear. Hello?
Ama.
Go on, Wellington. Yes, I can hear you, Wellington. Go on.
I like your hairstyle. You're looking good today.
I look good every day. Thank you.
Today, you're looking good. I never said you didn't look good every day.
Go on, thank you.
Let me use this opportunity to talk to Rivers Youth. If they send you, say, make you go kill person, or make you go in person, they go catch you. And when they catch you, the person send you go run. If they tell you, say, go do this, go do this. The children, most of them, they are abroad in school. They They will make them come collect position, they lead you talk. The children are educated people. They go catch you. You don't see the one where they catch, they go to do bombing, and they go to do for a GRA. If you say, we go to stoning, we never recover. If they plan to go kill somebody when they talk, or maybe somebody when they talk, make you not talk. Another people who deserve to talk. Everybody has the right to talk. Everybody is paying tax. It's everybody's money. You have your say, you have your opinion. All is for the betterment of Rivers State. And if you feel say the person talk past you or no past you, read more, do more in a positive direction. Otherwise, if you say one go silent, the person they go catch you. When they catch you, only you go suffer. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, that's like a word is enough for the wise. Hello.
Yeah, this is Unu from Eneka.
Welcome again, Unu.
I want to talk to those that they always use in trying to take people's life or take people's life in River State. They should not forget two Baba that felt he was all and all. I went to kill Bashir, DPO, Awoda. Today, where is he? Where is his gang member? The people that sent him to carry out that mission, they are alive today. They are living, they are enjoying. They are still in government, they are still in power. Their children are enjoying. And they will send you to go and assassinate somebody. Can't you tell the person to go and tell his children to go and assassinate the person? This is a good job. How much do you think that they will pay you that for you to take somebody's life? Whosoever that is doing, you should know that when it will be caught, these people that are sending them will also deny them and do as if they don't know them. So that is my advice for them.
Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening, Faustina.
You're welcome.
I am Prince Abov calling you from Rundele community.
All right, good to hear from you.
Let me join other callers to tell Darlington Woju, the publicity spokesperson of APC River State, to please be careful. Only he knows what the signs he has seen. Only he knows what he has heard. People may not believe it, but because we have existed in River State before this time, so we know that for Darlington to come and raise this kind of alarm, then it is true. So all I have for him is to be extremely careful at this point in time. Even if it means him leaving River State, let him leave River State and speak from wherever where he is, or wait after the election. Reason being that we saw how Ken Asuete, Barrister Ken Asuete in River State here, raised the alarm that people were about to kill him, or people were about to kill him because he was supporting APC and all the rest. We thought it was a joke. In fact, in 95.1, he raised the alarm. That year, somebody was the anchor, 4 o'clock. That man raised that alarm. Nobody said anything until finally they took him from his house and killed him in our law. We recovered the body, and that matter has been swept under the carpet up till today. We saw the numbers of persons that those they caught with him with Donwani, those they caught before they finally go Donwani down, confess that these political leaders use them to kill this, use them to kill that in Onega. As I speak to you, that matter has been swept under the carpet. We saw how the police, they allegedly came to Rumafrale and adopted the judge after he raised the alarm in the same 95.1 that they want to kill him, or they want to kill him. We don't know how they managed to get to his house, adopting until today. The judge of Rumafrale, that matter has been swept under the carpet.
Right.
So this is not the first story. This one we have played. If you allow me, I will go on and on and on and on and giving you names.
No time.
A lot of persons have raised alarm in this similar station and other station. At the end, nothing. Police did not go and investigate. Police did not follow up the matter until they died and it was swept under the carpet. So no matter what we say here, we may not stop those people who are already after him. Of course, they know he's a vocal person and he's speaking truth to power. So we may not stop them, but what I can offer Darlington is please leave River State. Run for your dear life.
All right.
Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. One more call. We'll move on to the next story. Hello, good evening. Welcome to the platform.
Hello, Faustina.
Yes, please.
Good evening. Hello.
I can hear you. Good evening. Go on.
Faustina, please, if somebody is talking, I hope you have time that you give some people to talk, that you give us. Other people will be waiting, calling. One person will take over all the radio. It's not like that now. What I want to talk about Alex Timuju. Faustina, have you seen that in this River State we are no longer safe? If the people in government will be shouting assassination, what about me and you who don't have escorts, who don't have a security, this heavy security agency that would guide us? So let them know what they are doing in this River State. The River State is for everybody. It's a very big place. It's a very big state. They should not use their problem and be disturbing us, their political problem and be disturbing us in this place. They should leave everything that is happening. I thought they said that peace has come to River State. See, why all this threatening, killing me and killing that, doing this impeachment and all the rest? I don't understand what is happening. Is it only this River State that is a state? Why can't they allow everybody should forgive each other and let peace reign in this River State? They should allow peace to reign. Let good things start coming in into River State so that everybody will enjoy. We are all citizens here. What is happening every time? River State problem, River State case, River State problem. I don't like it. What is happening, and it's bleaching, making development and good things are supposed to come in. That is not coming in. We are not benefiting. Nothing is good. We are not seeing anything, any good thing. They should allow this man tenure to be peaceful. Let him complete his tenure. I don't know what is happening with this our leaders. So they should allow us to rest now. They should allow the River State to rest. What is happening? They brought a stranger last time to us for the stranger to come and take the affair of River State. I think that wasn't enough. They still put what is it called? That this man should go for suspension. He did. Fuba should go for suspension, which you obeyed. And they then still come back and told us that that they have settled the matter. Why wouldn't they allow us to rest in this state? I don't understand. I don't like it. They should please allow us to rest. They should allow good things to come in River State now. It's not one person. It's not the person in top that owns River State. It's God that created River State. Please, I'm using God to beg them. All this threatening, killing, assassination of all the rest. What is really going on here? Thank you.
Okay, so that was intentional.
Hello,
intentional. Yes.
Good evening. My name is McDonald.
Good evening.
I think it's high time to start cutting people off. Look at the last person that just talked now. He was one telling you how to moderate. But look at how many.
I said that was intentional, so you can just go on. Go on.
Look at how
go on. Go. Can you go on? Thank you. Thank you.
Start cutting them off.
Thank you very much. Go on.
Please, what I want to say is that River should be very, very careful and don't allow themselves to be used, because all these politicians, I think they see what goes in social media. Their children graduate in foreign universities, masters, and all that, and they are using it. If killing is good, they will not look for them. They will give it to their children. Anything that is they know that is waste, that's what they will call them and give them. But the one that is good, they will give it to their children. So if that killing is a very lucrative job, they should should tell them to give it to their children. Let their children go and do that job, not them. I rest my case.
Thank you for resting your case there. All right. And let's move on to the last story on the menu. The Chief Executive Director of the Institute for Research, Leadership and Capacity Development, Professor George Aonaya, has described the actions of the River State Assembly as a deliberate act to deny the people peace and development. Professor Aonaya, in an interview with Today FM, said the action of the governor does not amount to gross misconduct, arguing that the impeachment process by the State House of Assembly does not serve the desires of the people. He further added that the reality of reverse people, which translate to policy implementations on how to reduce the effect of economic crisis, has only been delayed by continuous political crisis in the state. Take a listen.
The governor or the president of the country is accused to have committed, a gross misconduct in the course of government. The State House of Assembly empowered to commence or initiate, impeachment process, against the parts. In the present case, in my consideration, His Excellency, Executive Governor of River State, Sim Fubara, has not committed any gross misconduct as to warrant the State House of Assembly to commence impeachment process against him. Rather, what I see and believe that is happening is mere political vendetta.
Oh, for objectivity, for democracy.
Okay, so one of the questions that you want to ask when you look at or when you talk about the political situation in the state is to what extent has this fight affected economic life? To what extent? I mean, the back and forth between the governor and the House of Assembly, to what extent has this fight, maybe you want to go to the beginning and then come to this moment, this present point in time, to what extent has the political fight affected economic life in the state? Because I hear people complaining, oh, nothing is happening, the projects that were ongoing, they're not going on anymore, and the ones that are probably ongoing are going at a snail's pace. And others are talking about the economic loss that River State has suffered. Because if there was peace, genuine peace in the state, investors would come in here, do their thing, because they won't be concerned about the political atmosphere affecting their business. They wouldn't be concerned about certain policies that would, the government will wake up one morning and say, oh, we want to put these policies, or no, there were some documents signed, and maybe the next morning another group will say, no, this cannot be happening. You know how instability affects the economy, that's what the economy of the state, economic life as well. All right. 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951. Hello, good evening. Welcome to the platform.
Hello. Good evening, Faustina.
You're welcome.
This is McDonald. I call back again.
Go on.
The statement of this young man.
Young man, do you know him personally?
But he's the word of.
So if you don't know the person, you just statement of the man. But you can't say young man now. You don't know him. It's an elderly person.
He's an elderly person, okay. But I like what he's very straight and he's very very right. There's no need for this brouhaha. These assembly members, what's their reason? Them that okay, who did they account to? Who investigated them? I think they collected 350 million from Abbas for which project? Which project have any of them the food with that money? They collected SUV. Who investigated them? You see, he's just the kind of person our governor is, and that's why a person like me I'm angry with the governor. If I'm the governor, what I would do, it not be. In fact, nobody. In fact, how can they be insulting that man like
fortunately,
that?
You're not the governor.
They won't allow that man to work because they want to please one man.
One man again?
Yes, because they want to please one man. They enter into agreement with.
So the thing is, the conversation is guided, all right?
No, because when you are discussing, the difference between now is fun. So they should. In fact,
I've already said that.
If you can expand and then you narrow it down within the minutes that you have and hit the point, that's fine. So you cannot expand and expand and expand. We don't have all the time in the world.
Okay.
Thank you.
But the truth of the matter is this: that impeachment and that House Assembly, it will not work.
Okay.
Because if they don't have any reason to do that, and I applaud that the Chief Justice of the State. He's a very nice man.
It's all right. Thank you very much. To what extent has the political fight affected economic life in the state? Let's talk about that, because that's what he's talking about, of how this impasse is affecting economic life. So you go there. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, sir.
Wellington from Okrika.
Go on, Wellington.
Now, let us start from the assembly members. They are there to represent Rivers people, and they are coming from various constituencies in the 23 LGA. What have they taught themselves? What are the benefits they have brought to their people? To say, look, as a representative, this is the effort to be able to put so that the woman in the market, in their local market, their village, to be able to sell and get money. The traders, the transporters will be able to make money. People are moving freely, doing their business. What have they done? Have they been to the governor? The governor has given us a small, medium-scale loan for people to trade. Rivers State Microfinance Bank are still giving money. So what is their effort? The governor is trying to put schools in order, hospitals. All the zonal hospitals are in order. The health centers, some of them, they are going serious renovation from the governor. What are they doing? Let us be factual. They should give people from their constituency, they should ask them, what are they doing? As representatives, did they send them to go and impeach the governor? What are they impeaching the governor for? The budget of life is still running. The budget of a bank where they call for state of emergency is still running.
Okay.
What are they talking about budget again? Have they elapsed the budget of a bank and the governor says it's not good? See, when you're taking somebody on a long run, you must tell the person what you want to do. The assembly should go home and talk to their people. They don't have base on the ground.
All right, Wellington.
Hold on. I'm running off, madam.
Round up.
The truth of the matter is they should apologize to Rivers people. Rivers people will forgive them. The governor is on the track.
Thank you very much. Well, I know some of you, you know how to analyze. You know a lot about Rivers politics, but then again, specific questions are given. All right. So at the end of the day, make sure that you, in your entire analysis, narrow it down to the area. So the professor is decrying that, well, whatever is happening, at the moment in Rivers State is a deliberate act to deny the people of peace and development in the state. And we're asking to what extent has this imbroglio, as Patrick Obahegwa would say, is affecting the state? To what extent? Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
You're welcome.
Oh, no, from America.
Go on, no.
Yeah, you see, one question that I want to ask, if this thing that is going on now, if it were to be the FCT minister, the previous governor of Rivers State, would they take it? All of us who are in this state, we know how Nelson Wike ruled the state for 8 years. We know how everything went. Nobody could talk. Even the assembly members, everybody was under his pocket.
So how is this entire issue now? Yeah, you're trying to go back to the beginning or the middle. How is it affecting the development? To what extent?
It's affecting us seriously. The 6 months that passed, I live at Obia, but I know what we went through at this ring road project that stopped for that 6 months. Our vehicle, our children could not go to schools. So why if somebody that say, okay, they love their people, let us assume that these assembly members, they love their people. would they try to do something that will set the state back or put their people into abject poverty and suffering? The Speaker of the House of Assembly, River State, Martin Samyewule, is from Obiakoya. We don't have light here. There are a lot of things going on that is wrong, of which he is the one.
You don't have light in the entire Obiakpo.
There is nothing like light. We are paying for darkness.
The entire Obiakpo.
I say we are paying for darkness in this area that I'm staying.
Be specific.
I'm telling you.
Specific, please.
We are paying for darkness. Then at the end of the day, you are the man now that is trying to at least complete all these projects. They cannot just say, okay, let us leave him. If they truly know they have the influence, they have the power and everything, why can't they wait and let this man just do this? If the governor is not doing well, probably they are coming out that, governor, you know, build school, governor, you know, do this road, governor, you know, we want to impeach you. There is no way that we will support the governor now. But this man, after 6 months that they brought darkness and sergeant poverty and suffer to Rivers people for 6 months, this man came back and started trying to build back the state again to start working. And now all the contractors, they have gone back to site. I can tell you, I can even do video and show you.
So you've been everywhere. You have been everywhere.
The ring road project is going on seriously in this my area of session, this ring road project from Eneka.
Okay, thank you very much.
Would they want to come and stop it again?
All right, thank you. Noted. Be specific when you make certain statements. All right, be very specific. That in your area it's ongoing, projects are going on. Don't say everywhere. When you say everywhere, there are people in some places that projects are not ongoing and then listening, and they are wondering, waiting they happen. All right. Okay. All right. All three stories now you can react. Rivers State Chief Judge Simeon Chibuzo Amadi gives reasons over inability to act on any request of impeachment by Rivers State House of Assembly. That's the number one story. And the story of the factional spokesman of APC in Rivers State, Darlington Woju, the crying assassination plot against him. And finally, Professor Ahunaya describes actions of Rivers State Assembly as deliberate act to deny people peace. Okay, so all three stories you can react to quickly. 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951. Okay, so let's begin from the SMS portal. Those who feel they owned everything in the world, are popular in every direction, should know that every time has its seizing and time and seizing. If you are popular, don't come through the back door but try the front door. Okay, I'm wondering which of the stories. I commend the Chief Judge for acting honorably on the path of law without fear or favor. As for the threat to assassinate Mr. Darlington, it's condemnable. Those behind it should desist from such evil plot and embrace peace. We don't want to return to the dark days of political killings in the state. I agree totally with the professor. The lawmakers, by their action, have intentionally deprived us of peace and development in Rivers State. Mr. Loki. All right. The assembly members are doing their job. Some people are talking about alleged 350 million for constituency project, but the billions the governor is spending is not their problem. This crisis won't help Rivers people. Rivers money doesn't belong to the governor. Why is there no Auditor General? Well, doesn't want accountability from the assembly. There is no way there will be governance without the assembly. Flat Earth from Port Harcourt. Okay, Flat Earth, thank you very much. Short calls. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. I'm calling from Bolu.
All right, just go straight to the point. We have limited time now. Thank you.
The truth of the matter, from what the prof said, it's a statement of fact. Because you can't tell me you are a member of Rivers State House of Assembly. You, for the past 3 years, by next year now, election will begin. The only thing we have heard from them is all about impeachment and not the rest of the things.
The only thing
we've heard from them is all about impeachment and running up and down and then living in bondage, because that is what their problems are. They don't have mind of their own to decide that I am representing somebody.
That is your assumption.
Yes, because anything they know is all about representing the people. This matter should have been resolved before now.
Okay, thank
if you. Remember by December.
No, we cannot remember. We're out of time already, so let's not remember things. Okay, thank you. Finally, this message here, Faustina, greetings to you. I give kudos to the Chief Judge of River State. He is very much on point. Every court judgment must be respected. The assembly guys should take a chilled water. Okay, Mbok. As for Darlington Woju, I would advise him to be very careful. Life does not have duplicates. Okay, duplicate. Aboyo Kingsley from Rumokuta, you sent that one in. Okay, all right, let's see. Okay, it's from the SMS portal, WhatsApp portal rather. Let's see. Okay, that's that. I'm done with all of the messages from the SMS portal, so we'll just wrap it up all here. You have been listening to the platform on the radio, Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Thank you so much for your calls and your messages, and to you who just there listening to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. So the platform is produced by the News Department. Until same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Waiting They Happen with Mazi and MC Kura is up next. My name is Faustina Uputu.
Of these people, many, so many. Many times plenty, multiplier.
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our Gospelration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because High Life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our Nostalgia Drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our Pidgin Bit, because na Naija we dey. Our book review, because books are a mirror. Our big stories, because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts, because we care that you're healthy. Our eyewitness report, because we want to hear from you. Our reggae show, because Rastafari. One love. Today's news in 60.
In order to eliminate professional bias against technical graduates, the federal government has instructed all polytechnics in Nigeria to award bachelor's degrees to higher national diploma HND holders. The federal government has inaugurated a book ranking and selection committee to improve the quality and affordability of textbooks used in Nigerian schools. The People's Democratic Party has criticized the Kwara state government for ordering the immediate closure of the State College of Education, Oro, over worsening security concerns in the area. The University of Lagos has warned that about 800 hostel bed spaces allocated to students who have registered but failed to move in will be revoked by the end of January. And on the foreign scene, the Australian government has moved to ban agent commissions for onshore course transfers by international students with limited exceptions.
Today's news in 60. In 60.
Wetin dey happen late?
They say wahala.
happen, you go enjoy yourself. No forget to say, woman dey chop our recharge card woto. I don dey tell una say, this place na education center. As you sit down here with us from Monday to Friday, you go enjoy wait.
In the electoral laws and legal framework, both international instruments, including even ECOWAS protocols, a Nigerian constitution, and in fact the Electoral Act stipulate the need for certainty in the electoral law. When you look at the constitution and you look at the Electoral Act, the Electoral Act is quite clear in saying that you must give notice of election 360 days before the elections. Those 360 days, it's still in the current 2022 Electoral Act, so it's not a problem. But there are announcements and pronouncements and stipulations you need to put out in terms of that notice being issued. And I think for a lot of us who have worked very closely, and I must say that the National Assembly has been fantastic the Senate and the House are going through a process of deliberations, review, conversations, and actually do have a document. It's the question now really of prioritizing the passage of this. And from the deliberations within the committees, the Senate and the House committees on electoral matters, those committees have worked very closely together. I have seen incredible collaboration and cooperation, irrespective of political party leaning, by both chambers to come up with a document that the House has now passed. The Senate has not passed it. And for us, it's really to say to the National Assembly, please prioritize this. You can't continue to delay this. If you look at the legislative agenda of the Senate, the legislative agenda of the House of Representatives, it's quite clear that this would be one of the bills that is passed as quickly as possible. The Senate President has spoken to it. The Speaker of the House of Representatives has spoken to it. The leadership, the chairman of the two committees, Senator Olalong and Honorable Balogun in the House, have all worked very assiduously to get the two committees to come up with a draft document. So really, it's just say, we will prioritize this, and time is running out.
Right.
Move
lam again. Hey, Chineke, come and look for the music. I don't know where you go again. Hey, go ahead. That's somebody just tell me, I beg you, play me that music. I said, okay, don't worry. I think you are happy now. No worry. Make us see whether we fit get that music again. I'm a man of yum, 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 yum. A man. no verse if I play that music and maybe you no like am. No verse for me. I will fault him. This is not my fault. No provoke too much.
And you were not paid,
nobody pay me. Before now they say, they have to pay you. Or when you pay them, nobody has to pay me.
Well, why they have it talk at you for radio?
Because
they had them to say they don't pay you.
They don't pay you. Make we still listen to another of part of that music because this one no go work. This one they get another version of that music, but all the this one no go work. Make we hear this one. Make we see whether na him be that. Can you go there? Can you go there? Ingo gree. Hey, Chineke, no provoke for me. It is not my fault. I will come say. Make this music. Oh, what are you? No them. Hey, no them. No be the music, be that. Hey, I just follow me go. Oh no. I'm walking on car. Oh, I know you people. Oh well, leave it. I have to go there. Make you leave it like that. I think you don't enjoy the last one that I played for you. Leave it like that. Can I look at them cause? Make you look another one. Come. Can I look at whether this one will go walk? I don't collect this one. Drop them here. Make you look whether that one will get head. Network. Okay. So no verse for that music. If you not like that one, if it like this one.
If you dey follow Fubara, no dey go corner. Fubara they tell you something. If you dey follow Asuwati, no dey waka corner. Fubara they tell you something. Fubara tell you something.
Again, hey, Chineke, make this thing just touch one person. One from that side. Chineke, petrol can you buy because God, I beg you, touch one of their heart. Hey, Chineke, hey, better, make it be like that. As he said, let this thing be done. Chineke, this thing is not doing this thing. I don't know what is wrong with this thing. It's not to touch it and not thank you. I beg you, call me, send me something. send you something. Now make you send me something. If you do follow my no follow corner. Make you send my something. Oh, Chineke, I compose I don't compose music.
No worries. Somebody they say whether they don't pay.
Because I beg, somebody touch my heart, because I'm your people. So that if you buy me well, when they accuse me, say them buy me, I agree, say them buy me. Nobody don't buy me.
After all, 600 billion is still
there. Is 600 billion.
The red biro is still there.
They won't collect it. All right, Ngwande, thank you very much. As we take a start like that, to make remind you, say we did listen to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. This program now waiting. They happen that Obonga time they bring Obonga to them will go shock you. You go wonder send a person they do legend, so they bring a come give you a the hot official introduction. The person they voice here. My name now Maze. Ike God, Ike Wachiku, Ike Wachineke. Mwachukwu Ceremony 1, the Ubodum 1 of Amudra. Make you not try them anywhere. If you hear them any place, not saying I fake one, be that only me get that title for the side. Ngwa, Chapal one, great country people make a move Chapal.
Okay, country people, have fun at dinner waiting to happen. My name na MC Kuro. They call me the king of weddings, they still they call me the king of jollof. And I know how we they be now. I always say, Pikin with them carry for back. You didn't know say the journey far. We don't show not to go remain.
All right, Ngwa Shapa, the time you know to be with us here. Make we remind you, say if you join us for YouTube live, carry am go there and Facebook. We there for those two places there. Look inside, you go see at Today95.1 FM. For those two handle there, we there join us there live and direct. We there for Instagram, we there for S. Carry am go for that two places there. Look inside at Today FM 951 for those two places there. Follow us there live and direct because you they want listen to us online. Your antenna they give you to carry your Android phone, make it type and there www.todayfmlive.com. Look inside, you go see listen live or make it click and there. Make you listen to us live and direct. Okay, Shapa, make move. Look inside this and this is what don't happen since we live when I come out here yesterday. Obonga today them don't break. We be the one English they call it trending stories. Them where they online and everywhere. We don't bring a customer and give when I went time to open phone line on a full put on a voice inside any of the terrible speech you there. The first story here time without taking. Chief Judge of River State. When I don't hear them already, if you never hear them for news, you never hear them any place. Make Usama make you be the first to hear them from this side. Use your own chopping mouth to talk inside. What do you think about them? Chief Judge of River State, Justice Simon Amade, and refused to set up a judicial panel. We go investigate Governor Similaye Fubra according to Ram. He talks he based in decision on the two court orders. Where the grand the two court orders just they look amanya like this. He say I gotta make a trial now. Now talk say he don't obey the law. Say that the law be that. He can't talk say he no fit act against the waiting court. He don't already talk. So as the court to take a talk, now so the chief judge go take an act. Well, the question will not ask you now be say chief judge don't act. Well, the chief judge action where you see. Now true respect for rule of law or fear of political pleasure. Na backlash. People who don't talk. Now they don't look to say making try. What are you doing? Making noise on my distance. Are you doing the tacola? Okay. Well, the chief judge don't talk that one. He can still talk. He said, waiting be the next step. Well, this one they ask now. After the chief judge don't refuse them now, like this now, would they ask whether na backlash where people don't shout? Then make chief judge can't talk like that. What you thinking? Well, I'm waiting this refusal go bring. With the next step, what you think say be the next step for the people? We push impeachment for government. For but what be their next step? Now what you think say go fit happen? And this one where the chief judge don't reject like this, you think say na fear or na pleasure or No, it is now just the Ube cut as in not talk. How you see him?
Well, there's a lot of mixed reactions concerning this. And you go see the thing gets its own political side of the story. I feel the Chief Judge too, they try to be careful to some extent, but like what the Chief Judge will tell us, say they follow court order. And I think they don't go. I asked whether I'm not too sure about that. Whether they want vacate something like that. I see they are something like that. The thing. You go stay enter court, whether they want carry and go another court, something like that. I hear some kind of rumors like that. But
so they want appeal?
Something like that.
The House of Assembly, that is, they're supposed to appeal to them because now two court cases they grant. No, because you get one where talk say 1 week. You get this other one where they don't even talk. We don't know when that one how far. Where they go look, and I understand what I mean. Now, I think he said the House of Assembly, if they still want pursue this matter, they go appeal to all make sure say they remove those court orders for road.
So if they remove those court orders, what about if they bring another fresh court order?
That doesn't they remove another one? They remove another one as they court.
Nigeria matter no be small, but the Chief Judge they work according to they follow constitution. You know, say the assembly members say the constitution go speak. So now maybe they try to follow the constitution.
All right, Nigerians, country people, what do you think about that one?
Though there's a political side to the story too. There's a political side to the story.
Well, we don't play the music where we believe we say now the kind of music we go they play for government house be that by now. We don't play we give you now here already. Make you know the spirit where we use to come. Okay, I'm going sharply. When we open phone line, I go tell us what you think about that one. Make we shift to come out from there. Make we look another story sharply. Time not too plenty. You don't hear this one. In fact, this one concerned me well because this one is the one who is the very important. In fact, it's supposed to concern you well as a citizen of Nigeria. In fact, this one is supposed to be one of the important things in them. Where you supposed to sleep, they wake up with every day. Not be River State, not be this one. This is the most important thing in them. Where you supposed to look be this one. Now where we want to talk. INEC is supposed to give notice for election around 360 days. Before the election day. If you don't understand that, make you break them down for you, make you understand. What in this grammar speak, it means the same. February 2027. I think now that they do election. We never know. Whether na February, INEC won't do them.
Okay.
I been na March, they won't do them. I been na June, they won't do them. I been na April next year. But from line, what would they see now? Always February. Acquire? It always enter February so that they will give period for everything before swear in for that handover day. Now the thing where they there be saying INEC never tell us when they go do election, and the law don't talk say 360 days. Now INEC need to notify Nigerians to say election they come. Now January we don't they finish like this woman. This thing is very important. Gente, listen to me. Very important. INEC never tell Nigerians yet to say we go do election. We they expect INEC to talk. And once INEC don't hit that thing now, boom. So now so from February, from March, so date. Now we go do election. That means they don't comply with the law. I not think he say I go still need to confirm. If you think he say this thing where I talk, won't talk now, not be correct. You go correct me. Or if you get a lawyer, make you confirm him. But according to what I don't hear, talk say after the INEC don't notify us, our what they call electoral bill. That electoral bill where they run around the National Assembly from front and back. Where president is supposed to sign them into law, make it become a electoral act. If INEC don't talk, say, see when we go do election here, they don't fit do anything again.
They don't fit sign them again.
They don't go fit do anything about our you don't go fit touch that electoral act again. As it be that 2022 electoral act, that's so it could be. And that 2022 electoral act, no forget. Now that act, when some of una say una no like the way the election will take go. The election where INEC, where the condition where they for that INEC law, it means say if beavers no fit to transmit election result, that means you go fit to carry a manually.
Yeah.
Now the amendment of this bill, where they fly House of Representatives, they don't push them, they don't pass their own. It remains Senate. And the Senate now. I don't know here now. They go to what they call a
recession.
Recession. Thank you very much. Senate agala recession. Today is what?
Today is 22nd.
22.
Yeah.
Today is the 22. Senate never do anything about that bill. House of Reps don't do their own. Element for Senate to do their own, and then they push and go give Mr. President to go sign them. You agree, say APC go agree sign this thing? Because this act now, if they sign them, it go mean you say for your polling unit, they must make sure say that result to move from there. Any result where you carry go the center, it's null and false.
Null and void.
Not and void.
It's not and void. It's called null and void.
It's null and void.
Yeah.
You don't hear? Sorry, my brother.
Null and void.
Thank you very much. So if INEC do that one, we know say if Senate pass this bill, President sign them, we know say na so it go be for our election. That pattern of election we will get to 2023, we no go get them again for 2027. This one is not the important thing for you. I don't know if any other thing is important for you. The main question now what would they ask is say, February don't almost reach. If they no fit to sign this electoral act into law before this time, now we get how many days now? Senate don't come out through the mouth of a talk person for the Senate president. Come talk, you say by January, say once they don't come back for this license now. 27th of January, say Senate, they are the first thing where they go look. Once they look and finish, they go push them, they go approve them, they go pass them. Now what's in the talk person for Senate want to talk about, for talk, use a mouth to talk for about will be that will be the Senate president. You trust this one where in don't talk? 27th of January, how many times they will come sit down, they look the plenty book of that law where they want change that. Come reach, you say, okay, everybody don't agree. Yes, I mean they go do them overnight. I go accept to finish, they can't send and pass, go give Mr. President, make him sign them before February. What are you thinking? This one is not concerned you. If you like, shout to even for air to come down. If they not change that electoral act, your opponent, the question what would they ask? You say, this one, if they not do this question, if they not what the question here now? You think you say opposition will go fit win one state? They go fit win one state with the night. You see every state now. Governors they move up and down. You think say opposition go fit win one state with the kind electoral act where we use to conduct 2023 election? If they not do anything about them, nah. Before 2027, go just before they go announce, INEC go announce the time for election. What do you think, my brother?
Okay, the truth be said, well, I feel say the politicians, to all of them, they fear kind of because and they know what happened during the last election. And we be say beavers no work for a lot of areas and then use that manual. When they don't use manual, now they are waiting, they call electoral manipulation.
That is joke.
Now where the manipulation figures, you see figure they fly from Zamfara.
Go cancel, remove.
That one are figures where they fly. But if that beavers then at least you go regulate a lot of things, you understand. But like this now, Mazi, I know they see hope.
You not see hope. This one always Senate don't say 27th of January they go look inside.
I don't see hope, but let's be hopeful.
My people will not get hope. The hope there with you. Are you a renewed hope like this?
No, the Nigeria now hope they read.
Okay, no be say what Allah you can show because this one I don't know anything. What the important to you pass this one. Amarakwam. Okay, make we shift to come out from there, make we enter another story. Our second and the last story. Now today you must put your voice inside it because all the important the question we will go through asking, in fact, make we first tell you what's don't happen in case you never know of one boy. One young musician who just starting music new. Well, the boy I think he don't work with Pasuma. Na Afro beat small boy we just start in music career. 22 years old boy. They call him Destiny Boy. Destiny Boy. Okay, let me be the last one. Eventually, the boy he come die mistakenly because they talk saying don't they get what did they call seizure. That's the way they do somebody this like this. 2 years after one day in charge the dedication. 22 years old boy don't get pikin. Take it the same. Oh, wow. He's a man now. 22 years old man. This one they tell you make you hear that. I'm not putting pleasure on you. No, you're putting, I'm not putting pleasure on you, but I'm just telling you now that 22 years old boy now don't get pikin. It is your life be now. Yes. God bless his soul. He don't go. And he get pikin where they grow up. So all of them will never get pikin and they risk your life anyhow. It was if you come up for this earth, he never bring anybody come to replace you.
No good at all.
Be very careful though. So think of him now. Not be just to born, but born the way you go fit take care of.
So people they listen, no they pressure though.
No they pleasure, but no say the important thing. Well, not be funny something. The young boy just buy like that. Some days they don't bury him. But the one where they provoke everybody now come be saying, I make you see whether you get any of that boy music where you fit. So whether I don't hear that. I think they send down. He don't only means the video music. Him and Davido don't do small limits. Check whether na him be that. And don't do small limits. Play this one. Make we look this one. Not be there. Now from here, put here. Agala, na him. Okay, make we look so that it go fit here. Because some of these musicians, some of them when they don't die like this, now they come everybody go come know them. Like the boy, that other boy they call him more bad, more gonna kind of boy. Now so even the other boy, get one other boy like that, where die qua.
Destiny Boy.
Now you make the boy and his small talent. Davido like him for this music and for the song almost sweet past Davido. That boy unfortunately no come there alive again. He don't die. They don't bury him 3 days ago. But the one where they provoke people on that because say fans don't vex. Fans don't provoke who come out to say why they go want remove that boy golden teeth for him mouth before they bury him. They say when they want bury him, the family struggle to remove the golden teeth. Fans say make them leave him, make them bury the boy like that with the teeth. And Yamara go let golden teeth be. I don't know how much it costs. But why a family go want remove that teeth? They say why the family they want remove the teeth? Why they don't allow the boy rest in peace? Well, who don't die? They don't want to make the boy go rest. They say make him die with indignity. So that thing a part of indignity. They're not supposed to remove him. What do you think about them? Because if you go bury this boy for a place where no they save, boys go still go dig that thing to come out that golden teeth when they know say that boy carry golden teeth to die. I don't know how much the boy don't spend to put the teeth in my mouth. What do you think, Bikon?
Me no go dig, remove
Hell,
teeth.
that is the thing.
Don't go sell them now, 1, 2.
So what then I want to make the family want remove the teeth first before the boy before they go bury him, or make they go bury him with the teeth.
Well,
or it is saying poverty make the family behave like this.
Well, the destiny child of a boy now, just a very young upcoming artist for Nigeria. At least he don't try to. And that particular thing, say the one removing teeth, it's in the controversial because already the boy get music with it for internet and he get what they call music streams where in suppose they earn from them. Although he never to do very major songs, but at least this particular
even
one,
there's
and he get Yoruba audience where they listen to him because they do kind of this they call this. Their kind of music, their percussion,
Afro music,
Afro gets Afro juju and all that. So the truth be say, them removing that in teeth too. Sometimes maybe the fee don't check that teeth. Fee be say now pure gold, pure gold. Fee cost 3-4 million. You understand? And they'll say, within dead body won't use pure gold. Go. Instead of dead body to use pure gold, go where we get this thing, go Smith. Then get go Smith, we go take the gold from the boy, go do sell them.
Now one if they sell the gold, you go buy that kind of gold of dead body will not be give you.
They not go tell you saying a dead body own now.
Make you not go where gold, they sleep for 3 minutes. Give me my gold.
They fit buy the gold now from Lagos now, sell them for Enugu.
The spirit go anywhere now. 90 they carry the water now. Make the boy spirit not pursue you, come out. Give me my return my gold.
So they fit sell the gold 3-4 million. And the pikin won't keep. They fit use them, put for the pikin, train the pikin. Use them, carry and go put for school. So instead of him to just rest in peace with the gold, make the money the gold.
Una go tell us what you think.
Now the dead.
Oh, let them respect the death. May the son of that boy rest in peace. He paid me well, we were a very young boy. I know they're happy at all.
That boy get any way they use maybe first aid.
They manage them.
Because you know what? I don't go wedding where beside the MC. If I see one man just shake. And people there around don't even understand to do.
Doctors are supposed to come, they give us sense of waiting to do when they meet people like that. I know you're supposed to clear space for them, make air touch the person. You know, now one of the first aid be that. Not to the beat. I don't see one video where the boy that thing been do and they just beat him up and down. Destiny boy, they beat the boy front and back and they hit him for chest. If he kill the boy, if he keep person where they that kind of condition. So one of the important first aid, sharp, clear space for the person. Open arm, make air, touch the person. I don't know, doctor will tell us the remaining part of aid, then first aid we fit give. Okay, sharply another fast story where one sharp will give you this one will follow the word the way they're very important now because all these James's children now. James's them. We people will not hear allow me to hear word. James's. See Wahala, I think when I watch the video, if you know watch the video, go find them. Do my page and other places there. Go find and watch them there. One young lady don't nearly die, she nearly lose her life. Waiting be the problem. The young lady, you see this their hair. Girl who now go do hair, you go see pikin who go carry more color, more wool, more attachment, more another what they wear for their head. They go tie the thing go long, come. You got one like this, why I see for road here. Also, let's not reach making the sweep road.
There's a man they like.
You like what? How do you sleep for night? That thing will not be load for you. See your daughter, now see your children, see our guests for road. You go see here, they go carry thing, tie them, the thing will go long, past their bumper. Which kind of style be that one? We will never, my mama them will never see this kind of hairstyle before. What do we call this one? Young lady don't almost lose her life. Where she go carry for grinding machine, she go market. Amara go down and they wear that thing, they go market. Another dangerous place in Okada. She carry her own go market, make she go grind corn for this grinding machine. As she bend down, make she carry her corn where they don't grind. The hair go enter inside the turning iron for the grinder. The thing they draw this pikin head. Go watch the video now. This girl for almost died. The thing he draw the girl head, boom! Almost grind the girl head, though. Oh, wow. What thing we go do? How we go take to stop the... Come, could I never watch this video? In the shop, cut my hair, cut. I didn't want this person for don't die. Hey! Look on see him. See, I don't come out. I don't come out to finish. You know when something don't drag your head, it drag all your body. This girl this lady don't almost die. If she never fainted here already, self, I have cut this thing. Waiting be the safety advice where you go give this kind of people. Waiting be the safety for this our young ladies, because this thing, you know, they enter there, even as they talk am now.
Well,
your girlfriend, they carry this kind of hair.
That time why the university.
Now they be the carry. I want am now mean the try because it's very risky, very dangerous. Both on top of Okada. Imagine they say I hear say one like that, the thing enter Okada, the thing fling like this.
Yeah. I think they
very risky.
Some of these things where these girls they do now, men they just want to impress, and I don't know. Because I never really see man we just look woman and say, now because of this your hair, why I won't follow you, or now because of this your hair, why I won't marry you. I feel like there is more, so girls need to be very careful, because that kind of thing now, if she die now, we think she won't tell. How the one used to do a obituary picture?
She was looking for beauty. She was looking for beauty.
Visual picture go say the hair we God give you to like bring out your beauty. Now which you can go add more hair and now we think kill you.
God did not give you the long one. Why? God did not give you the long.
You natural hair. You can't see the hair too short for you. Say you want make them long. Now make you can go die a painful. And that one no go sweet because how people want to cry.
This girl almost died. You see her eye don't come out to finish here red everywhere. You remain
some girls they like to show off well too. So that make you busy when they pass there. So we go say child. Their fellow girls now they even talk about them. Most girls when they wear hair, they say, this girl, look at that hair now, it's expensive. It's expensive. That's Brazilian.
Grinding machine won't grind this one head inside.
And those hair are expensive. And some of them never chop, they save money to buy hair. That one in the investment. You never chop, you won't buy hair. You never, some people they use their school fees, some Uniport girls they use school fees, buy hair.
Okay, I'm going to carry give you a follow put on a voice any of the Toledo West with you. They don't bring for to give you there. This one on one of the way fans don't vex for Destiny Boy where they won't come out in gold teeth before they bury him. They ask whether made them bury him with the gold teeth. You don't hear what we talk about them. Young lady don't nearly take her life after grinding machine catch her hair, grind them, throw them inside. What will be your advice for young girls with this, their long hair? INEC is supposed to give us notice of 360 days before election day. This one they concern us because of the electoral bill where Senate never push. And I think Senate go agree do this thing and make President put them into law so that we get better election by 2027. Chief Judge of Rivers State don't come out to counter say in get two court judgment where therefore in hand. So it no go fit to put panel for similarly FUBRA impeachment notice where they serve them. All right, 08109510951 and the phone number be that where you go use reach us. So here's a network with the water well better try call us 08109510951 which of the tourist with you there. And the phone number where you go use reach us and that's WhatsApp and SMS now 0701-9339-962. Now, the last woman will call us to take our recharge, even though they try since these days to fit pick the last woman they had, but we hope so we get somebody who will take our airtime today. Hello, your name and where they call us from? We don't reach your domot. Who want to talk to us? 1 minute for every caller, sharply, because time may not be our friend again. Hello.
Hello, Mazi.
Good evening.
Okay, God. How are they?
We there fine, mom.
MC Koro, good evening.
Good evening, man. Good evening, man.
Madam Choma.
Mommy Choma,
the
thank
Chief
you.
Judge, he try well. I heard that Chief Judge. Let that 27 lawmakers, and they call them lawbreakers, may they go rest. We don't tire.
They be lawmakers and mommy, no disrespect their office because.
But which kind of law where they don't make since you dey here where get positive impact for River State? Every day trouble, even though na for family. They no get good advisors. I bet the chief judge try. They are tired. And one other states they progress. Every day court. This one, they won't allow us to have breathing space. It's not good now. We need progress. That is not what we want now. Other states are progressing. And this thing you talk about that girl where the engine pull her head. This thing has happened in the Neka market. Life, I say I'm live. Now the girl nearly died. It was a tragedy. Now him boyfriend when I come pick up for the he was shouting, screaming. It's terrible. You go they say you dey find beauty, you go take your hand, kill yourself. Whom are you impressing for God's sake? These children should hear something or let it be a lesson to others.
Thank you very much.
More other people.
Mommy,
Good night.
I know say no go want take our recharger. Thank you. Hello.
Hello, Mazi.
Good evening, sir.
My name is Mr. Bali.
Carry on, sir.
Yeah, you see, for that boy, they won't bury with golden teeth. They support within the family go. Take for instance, you come naked you go with. How can person go bury person with other ring or whatever ring or anything for teeth? It's bad. So the parents did a good thing.
That means no for the wear people cloth where they don't die now. No wear them cloth, then they don't go naked.
Say what?
When person die now, they don't wear a cloth, they don't throw them like that.
Oh.
he said come naked, you go naked.
You yourself now, you wear maybe wedding ring. You wear wedding ring by your hand. Any person can wear wedding ring. You cannot use it, you cannot bury person with such a thing. It's wrong.
All right.
So the parents are right.
Okay. Thank you very much for your honor, dear. Hello.
Yes, I'm Zekuro and Justice. I greet you.
Namazi and Zekuro here. Good evening, sir. Your name?
Hello, from Emeka.
Carry on, no.
I want to tell the Chief Judge, River State, at least for the first time, we don't hear say somebody will pay court order. Because they don't do the thing, come be like, say, we will not come they get hope for the judiciary system again. But with this one now, when in don't do, at least we don't and say the hope is coming back. We will just say now only people will get money and people will get influence. Now them they get justice, but at least for this man to obey court order, that means the rule of law will come back to Nigeria. And this our House of Assembly members, make them think of something better to do. This impeachment House of Assembly is getting out of hand. Since these people come office, nothing they don't do for Rivers people. No law where they don't make way they help Rivers people. Every time impeachment, the 6 months emergency rule, we know what will go through them. They don't suffer anything because they are still cashing out. And MMMDMP.
All right, thank you, sir.
I'm making money from
thank you, sir.
From me.
All right, sir.
So,
hello.
Hello.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Now, talk your mind.
Talk your mind.
They're calling from Abua Odwa.
Carry on.
This one where we don't get two great musicians then. We have to think they're better for River State. Because I see say one will be vice, one will be the president in music. Then number two, within that chief judge, they do it good. And there you go no say, when God say on don't start, you don't start. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Hello. Hello. Child, the thing don't come out to you there. The thing don't come out to you. Make we take another one here. Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, sir.
God bless you, my beloved brother. My name is Ureni Sampson. I'm calling from the city of Abua Udwa in Amago Kubokla.
Ureni, carry on.
Concerning the judgment of the state judge, well, it's a welcome development because the last time I checked, my governor led by Similar Fugara, hand over every issue in the hands of God. So what is playing out now is God manifesting himself in River State. So for now, because if I should check the last 6 months to 7 months, 8 months, do you know what River State have suffered? Do you know what we have got, my beloved brother? So for now, my governor is back. What is on ground now is that my governor wants to deliver projects across River State. So what we need now, I am using this great medium to beg all assembly members.
All right.
Shift your song.
Okay.
Let's support the governor, led by Similar Fugara, to ensure that there is project across River State. God bless you. I rest my case.
Thank you very much. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Mazi.
Yes, talk. We don't pick your name and where they call us.
Mr. Marcus from Port Harcourt.
Sharply, Mr. Marcus.
Mazi, I want to ask you, that thing where Chief Judge did, you not like him?
Nothing concern me there.
You concern me. Anything we will make all the plan ready to get black belly for ground. I like this impeachment is not for the favor of the River State people. They want to do the deed of their godfather. Please, Chief Judge, stand on your feet. Remember where you are. Mr. Marcos has given you one vote.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Marcos. Yeah. Okay. Make we take SMS or make we still take one more call before we enter SMS.
One more call.
Okay. Okay. This one will never come. Make we enter SMS.
Okay.
What's the time? No today. Make I look inside this one first. Ezekiel, Lona, you say, Mazi, I go make you SA to okay to media. Thank you very much. Because immediately, no waste time. No waste time. Move it now. You check on my phone number. I will send them to you. Chukwueze Tony Mba. He said, okay, he said, Mazi, this is my first time watching you live here. I thought you are an old man. Look at you now. I don't know that you are very young. I look at you. I'm a young man. Am I a young man to you like this? Now look at my gray hair. Look at my bald head. You say, man. I'm okay. It's one person for don't chop my airtime. Better they see your picture there, not see your message. All right, make we leave. I'm going to enter the other side of my brother.
Okay, SMS time. He don't reach you. This one say, hello, Mazi and MC Kuro. Please don't play same music again.
Sorry.
If you do Mr. Project to tell Mr. President to remove same and even change it as yes on. Kind problem with this now. Also. Good evening, Mazi, Kegod and MC Kuro. Espa from Eberi Omuma. Chief Judge position is highly welcome.
Okay.
For me, I would say this impeachment thing should be withdrawn. If these lawmakers were the same lawmakers who were given 350 million naira each, at the word allegedly, during the governor's suspension, and it was not accounted for, hope I'm correct, allegedly, then the allegation they have about the governor does not hold water. They as well should also be removed, or rather, they should be impeached, Ms. from Parks. Mazi, your grammar will not even allow the Senate to do this electoral work. Which one is not and foil? Now, instead of null and void, Mazi, allow your grammar to work out things for us in this country.
Sorry. I'm very sorry, sir. Very, very sorry.
APC will not pass the electoral act. They know them no popular with us. They will lose. Any free and fair election, if they do not amend the electoral act, I won't vote. Skipo.
Skipo, thank you there.
Okay. Mazi, the musician came to the world empty-handed and will go empty-handed. Mazi and MC Kuro, good evening. My name is Jackson Barry Bidogo. Nuka, Paul, Scally, Widow, and only you. Burying that boy with golden teeth is a big error. As for the girl with the long hair, for fashion is a welcome development. Let her go and refix the attachment again. As for the Chief Judge, kudos for standing by the truth for the first time. Thank you all. Anything we God start, he will surely finish. River State is in the hands of God. Impeachment don't fail from thank God ability at the Igbo. Mansi and MC Kuro, good evening. What the Chief Judge did is just to postpone the evil day. This impeachment will still happen. Didn't you hear when the Supreme Court said there's no government in Rivers State? Read the impeachable offense of the governor. Ogochukwu, read the impeachable offense of the governor.
They need to go remove the court orders them first. They go come out all the court orders because the chief judge just said she gets, saying get 2 court order. Wait there for a table now. So they go remove the 2 first before they go fit continue with anything that will concern impeachment again. So what did they take? They take the next message before we enter Facebook.
Okay, this one say, enter WhatsApp here. This one say, Mazi and MC Kuro, good evening. That was his assignment. When many of his mates are in school, how old was him? 21 years. They want to make quick money, forgetting where their soul will end. Where this one they come from?
The boy they do better money now. Music no be quick money.
I went through the message of his mother. She said she was called that Destiny is sick and she could not go because there was no one to look after her. So what does that, Mazi? Destiny built a house, bought a car of 500 million naira at his age. How long has he been singing? Doubt is well too. Forcing Destiny golden teeth out to do what with it? Mommy Prince.
Mommy Prince, thank you.
Mazi and MC Kuro, on a good evening. The truth is, INEC and Nigerians leaders are funny set of people we have in this country. Mazi, your grandma. Okay, I've taken this.
Sorry about
good evening, Mazi and MC Kuro. My name is Charles Anozie, writing from Port Harcourt. The River State Chief Judge has tried in obeying court order. Let the assembly members calm down and stop the impeachment process because it won't work.
Okay.
Mazi, send your Aza. You are a man of peace and justice. You and MC Kuro, 30 billion naira.
Send them. Who is that person? Send it. Now. Kuro, no waste time. Send it. Take his account number. Take his account number.
No, the person profile. They write only the risk takers are the money makers.
Take
the person profile picture say only the risk takers are the money makers.
I take his account. Send the account. Send the account number. Come.
We
supposed send our account number.
We say, Mazi, send your Aza. You are
send them.
Man of peace.
Send it.
We say, Mazi, send your account. You are a man of peace and justice. And MC Kuro, 30 billion naira. Now I won't give us.
Biko.
For in profile picture, like they write, say only the risk takers are the only money makers.
Could happen with the button they write for motor, enter motor.
Okay. Messages they load. I don't know if you take 1 or 2 from
Charles Ebebu for Facebook, some network, they worry me here. Charles Ebebu, you say they are just buying time to see if there will be any political intervention. Well, if then they buy time, because like we talk, those 2 court orders where they grant there, they need to remove them. They need to remove them first before they do anything. You know what? So that's one of the important. But just as you talk, you say, what if they remove and they bring another court order come?
River State.
What is possible?
Yes, quite possible.
Yes, it's possible. If they don't see any other, maybe they don't check anything. They feel just bring another one. Mazi, for your information, electoral timetable is out already. Jackson scale, okay. Well, we go confirm from INEC. We go hear them for news, okay? If INEC don't confirm them better, what we know, same. Akpabio, electoral act amendment will be ready ahead of 2027 Pulo. This one on Akpabio, talk person. In talk this one through the mouth of Akpabio. We want advocacy foundation, a civil society group, and then push this one come out to contact. Say, okay, Chineke. All right, make we leave it like that.